can we give the door a close and then we're ready to start. Hello and welcome to the EUDatathon 2022. This is our 6th edition, and every year it just gets better and better, with hundreds of teams applying from across Europe and even further afield to use data to try and make the world a better place. Something we've all been committed to for a long time, but we know even now the European Commission with the Data Act is trying to get everybody else to catch up with us. So ladies and gentlemen, we are very much ahead of the curve here, but we're going to see some great teams and some great applicants today. My name's Jennifer Baker. I'm an EU policy journalist based in Brussels, and I absolutely love this event. Every year we see such great ideas. It is truly inspiring. Now, those of you following along online, very welcome, and I hope you're going to enjoy today as well. Remember, keep sharing the ideas with those further afield. Let your colleagues, let your friends know, using the hashtag EUDatathon. Today we have 4 main prize categories. We've got the European Green Deal, transparency in public procurement, EU public procurement opportunities for young people, and a Europe fit for a digital age, as well as the all-important public vote, and I will tell you a bit more about that when the time comes. But now, to get things started, I'm going to hand over to give a formal welcome Hilde Hardeman, who is the Director General of the European Publications Office.
Jennifer, and good morning to everybody. Good morning, good lunchtime, good evening, wherever you are, maybe online. So, dear Datathoners, Commissioner Hahn, dear contributors, partners and guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to welcome you today to the finals of EUDatathon 2022. Today's event is for those of you who are participating, for you Datathoners, the culmination of several months of work, hard work and intensive teamwork. Teamwork that brings together innovators from across the globe and from different fields, all with one common goal: how to make European open data, to make Europe, to make the world a better place. Jennifer has already said it, today is our 6th EUDatathon, and in the 5 years since the first edition took place, our Datathon has become a tradition for the European Union, a tradition for our Publications Office, and a tradition, and that's the most important, for communities of innovators in Europe and beyond. And we are very proud to see how our Datathon has evolved, growing in popularity and attracting increasingly more talents year after year. And this year, we established a new record with 156 entries from 38 countries across the globe, and that is truly wonderful. Now, this year's Datathon takes place in a particular context. There are the geopolitical challenges around us, the war in short, and all that entails for the world in which we live. Working together across borders on innovative solutions to help to improve people's day-to-day life is more important than ever. Further, in 2022, this year, the European Union is celebrating its European Year of Youth, and I'm delighted to see so many young people among our participants. You have the future in your hands, and we want to help you a little bit in making that future a reality. Now, finally, this year's Datathon puts a particular focus on public procurement data. Public procurement, you will say, isn't that boring? Well, public procurement data matter, and how. Every year, public authorities across Europe spend 2 trillion euros in public contracts. Now, how these funds are used make all the difference. High-quality public procurement data are crucial to make the most of taxpayers' money for the benefit of society, for the benefit of us all, to create jobs, to foster sustainability, transparency, and innovation. So this is really very important. Now, from public procurement over health to managing natural resources, digital technologies are revolutionizing the world in which we live. They allow us to take evidence-based decisions, link up different fields, and help to make our lives easier in many ways. And data are the lifeblood of any digital transformation. Digital technologies need large amounts of data, high-quality data to deliver. And every interaction in itself results again in further data, given the hyper-connected ecosystem that digital technologies create. Now the European Union is well aware of the immense opportunities that data offer. We are truly determined to make the most of these opportunities for citizens, economies, societies. That is why the European Union is working to create what we call common European data spaces in strategic fields, from law and public administration, public procurement as well, to health and manufacturing, to give just some examples. And those should help ensure that more data, more high-quality data, become available for use in society and the economy. And that is where our work at the Publications Office comes in. Our mission at the EU Publications Office is to support the objectives of transparency and Europe's digital transformation, helping to make it known to the public what the EU does and means for them, and ensure that information and data are available, accessible, and reusable for public administrations, citizens, businesses. You are showing what you can do with those data. Today's EUDatathon offers a golden opportunity to meet and exchange with all who help to turn this objective into practice, each in your own way, every day again. The EUDatathon helps to put innovation in fast forward, giving finalists, giving you the chance to test your concepts at international level and to turn a bright idea of a sleepless night, as somebody told me, to turn such a bright idea into a functioning app, multiplying the impact of your work in just a few months' time. And we're very happy to give you this opportunity. And when the day is over, I would very much want to talk with you how we can do our best to make these opportunities as big as possible. But for now, of course, the competition. So, dear Datathoners, Commissioner Hahn, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be, thank you all for being with us today. A special word of thanks to our partners, guest speakers, and the competition jury for their contribution. And of course, deep appreciation and heartfelt congratulations to all you finalists. It's thanks to your thoughts, your enthusiasm, your initiative and determination that we are here today. So on behalf of the Publications Office of the European Union and on behalf of our great Datathon team, we cheer for all of you and we wish you the best of luck for today's finals. Thank you all, and let's go.
Thank you very much, Hilde. Well said, and thanks for laying out all those great facts and figures about how successful the event is. As you mentioned, we are supported today by the European Commissioner for Budget and Administration, Johannes Hahn. So let's have a look at his message.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be with you today to support and promote and most importantly, to enjoy digital innovation. In a few minutes, we will witness 12 new ideas showcasing the potential of open data. We cannot underestimate the potential of open data for Europe, and we should not underestimate the role and weight of the public sector. The public sector in every country is one of the largest producers of data. Now, think that we are talking about the whole European public sector, the public sector of one of the largest economies in the world. And then imagine that these data are made freely available for reuse by civil society, companies and researchers, by anyone, for purposes other than the original ones. Imagine how their value is multiplied, how much economic growth they can stimulate. Well, we don't have to imagine this because it is actually happening. This is what we will watch happening today. And this is the potential we want to continue harvesting even better in the future. But the impact of open data is not only financial. There's also a strong positive impact on our communities, increasing transparency and accountability, supporting participation and inclusion, and therefore on our democracy, supporting core European values. The EUDatathon brings every year great examples of how we can turn this potential into real projects, into concrete benefits. I would like to mention one of those. Team Geofluxus from the Netherlands won the Green Deal Challenge in 2020. They offered a visually appealing application that monitors how waste travels and how to connect waste producers with circular waste processors. Since winning the Datathon in 2020, the team has continued to develop the application. It's now available on the internet for governments and businesses. Please go and check it out. I'm sure that also today, just like in previous years, we are up for a good portion of exciting and innovative ideas. We will see how the finalist teams approached four challenges that matter for our communities, for the public sector and for Europe as a whole. This year's themes are the European Green Deal, transparency in public procurement, EU public procurement opportunities for young people, and a Europe fit for the digital age. Before closing, I would like to highlight that this year's edition of EUDatathon takes place as part of the European Year of Youth. I look forward to seeing how finalists will facilitate procurement opportunities for young people. But based on my previous experience with the event, I would say that every edition of the EUDatathon was especially appealing to young, talented people from all over Europe and beyond. I'm so very grateful about your commitment and creativity. Dear finalist teams, I would like to congratulate you for reaching the finals of EUDatathon. You are all winners already. You have created meaningful new projects creating new value. I wish you the best of luck. I'm very curious and look forward to seeing how you approach this year's challenges and which datasets inspired you. I wish an enjoyable day to all of you in the audience watching us on streaming platforms. Have a good time and support the teams.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner, for sending us your thoughts there. And of course, thank you to Hilde as well. Now, this is the timeline, as you can see, of the EUDatathon, when it was launched, where we got to, and all the way up to today's competition finals. There we go again. There are all the challenges. We've got a lot coming up for you today. These are all the teams, where you can see their faces there, and you'll be hearing from them throughout the course of today. We also have a fantastic jury that we need to thank, who put in their time to select who is going to be the winner, because we had so many applicants and, as we say, whittled down to those finalists today. But the actual judging for the winners of today's Datathon happens in real time. Hilde we've heard from. Thank you very much, Hilde. And indeed, Commissioner Hahn for giving us their thoughts. Our first challenge that we are going to come to now is a European Green Deal. Now, we are going to have an introductory talk to tell us a bit about each of our sections, each of our competitions, and each of our teams' aspirations for what they've been attempting to do in each of the challenges. We're also going to allow you to ask a question or two of our teams. You can use Slido for that. Just if you go to slido.com, you can put in the hashtag EUDatathon. If you're following us streaming online, of course, that box is there to the right of your screen, so make sure you do that. But to give us our introduction to the European Green Deal Challenge, we please welcome Angela Morelli from InfoDesignLab. Angela, I think we're having a slight technical problem in getting Angela. We are going to see if we can connect once again. If we can't get Angela, I think what we'll do is we'll begin straight away with the first teams, and then perhaps we'll come back and have a discussion on what the aims were, because I think we don't want to delay those excellent teams any longer. So thank you, Angela. We will come back to you when we can. But first, let's hear from our first team for this European Green Deal Challenge. All the teams in this challenge have been working towards the aims of building a more sustainable, more renewable and greener future. We know about all sorts of net zero targets that have been set up. It's a really high agenda point for the European Commission and the European Union as a whole. So I think we'll hear from our first team now, which is Cruz Renewable. Have we a quick video to show us what they've been working on?
Over 70% of Europeans' energy needs are met by fossil fuels, and the need to switch to renewables is becoming more urgent. Even though EU has been battling these problems for years, challenges still exist. All of the problems previously mentioned are combined in energy poverty, which is something we started to think about a year ago. Every citizen can switch to renewables and make energy-efficient decisions, but many don't know where to start and is it even beneficial. We want to use our skills, technology and available open data to resolve community issues. We love environment, solving problems, open source technologies and working with data. Green Deal Challenge presented an ideal facilitator which united all the things we are enthusiastic about. Our goal is to deliver the application that recommends to citizens what actions to take and creates personalized roadmaps, making their lives less worrying about energy spending.
Every EU citizen should have the opportunity
to switch to renewable energy sources
and sustainability in everyday life.
Do it with Renewable app.
Good morning, everyone. You look at Plitvice. You look at Plitvice Lake, this national park in Croatia. So we all agree that this is a beautiful nature, clean water, and pure nature. So we want to recognize this because of there is huge fossil fuel and renewable sources consumption. That ratio we need to change. We must react somehow. So likely renewable energy sources is growing, and we have great expectation to move forward. So today we are here to present our idea, which mostly focused on change human behaviors and how we will improve it. And also we try to break more than 80 barriers according to Renewable Energy Sources Monitor database. Our unique solution will help EU citizens to switch to renewable energy sources depending of for example, micro-location, create personalized roadmap, build a suggestion and connect to third parties such as a local government institution, and different kind of solution providers. Our platform is built like data-driven platform. So we have two parts. One is that mobile apps that is used for EU citizen, and a portal that is mostly used to third party. Both components directly interact in open data registries such as Data European EU. So now we'll show you how we will done through our high fidelity prototype through Jane.
Thank you, Darko. Let's meet Jane. Jane is our ideal customer. She's angry about environmental issues, but she wants to make a change. However, she's not exactly sure how, and she needs a bit of help. Now meet Mr. Green, our app's spokesperson and Jane's guide. Jane's journey begins when she chooses a location. That information, with the information on her goals, her level of engagement, and the seasons in which she uses her residence, are a base for creating a roadmap. But before that, our location advisor kicks in. It gives Jane recommendations on renewable sources which can be used on that location. These choices are based on various climate and energy data. We can also prepare recommendations on things like profitability and usage if Jane provides us with some additional information, such as current energy consumption and costs. Finally, Jane is presented with a roadmap. A roadmap is a set of tasks. These tasks vary in complexity, from very trivial ones to more complex ones. Jane can additionally order and customize these tasks to fully accommodate her preferences. Throughout her journey, Mr. Green will keep reminding Jane of these tasks through notifications. Some notifications will focus entirely on education and give Jane additional information on various green subjects. He will also remind her to give additional information if she wants even more personalized recommendations, of course, if she didn't do so in the beginning. Whenever Jane wants to check her progress, she can always rely on a personal dashboard. A combination of visual charts and storytelling tidbits give her a brief and clear overview. She will also get a monthly report prepared by Mr. Green with highlights of her progress from the previous month. If you notice in this report, Mr. Green doesn't look very happy, and that's because we can also track various sentiments based on Jane's interactions. For example, if Jane becomes a bit lazy, Mr. Green will take notice. But don't worry, Mr. Green will also keep motivating Jane to do better. He will keep sending encouragement messages throughout her journey. In the end, we of course want Jane to succeed and fill out all her roadmap goals. The end of one roadmap is not the end of the entire journey. There can always be improvements. Besides Jane and other individual users, we have also been thinking of various third parties, EU institutions, government agencies, energy suppliers, whoever might be interested in the data we are collecting. For them, we have created a data portal, a number of different dashboards which contain summarized data. We'll also make sure these datasets are available for download, and in time we hope to integrate that with the European data portal. To recap briefly, our platform consists of several modules. These modules are powered by AI technologies and provide personalized experience for every user. Now, Darko will tell you a bit more on the datasets we're using and data profiling.
Thank you, Marina. We are building data-driven platforms which recognize three types of the data. One is open data, which we are mostly use for motivated people through the storytelling. Another part data is that we are collect through our application that has a lot of events and track the user activities. Third one is that is aggregate data that we are prepared for third party that we are mentioned. On the right side, we are prepare a list of data sets that we are used from open data portal. So we mentioned also that is data driven, which means that is a required high quality of data. So before we start development, first what we have done is the data profile. So according to our data profiling report, it indicates that that is strong impact on social, environment, and economical area. Besides this, we also think about data quality KPIs. So we are look all data that we are trying to use from open data, and it looks very promising for us. Now, at the moment, our platform is in prototype phase, but we plan to release beta release in the next year. So if you look this nice picture, I will say that something that you want to take for a month, do it and be the drop in a waterfall of changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I've been to that waterfall myself. I'm not surprised it inspired you. We have a couple of questions from our audience. One is asking, what percentage of EU citizens do you expect to be the ideal Jane-type customer?
We have defined our target user segment, and our ideal customer or our ideal user would be the citizen in their prime years, educated citizen with interest in environmental issues and with some degree of awareness on sustainability, carbon footprint, and issues like renewable solutions and similar to that.
We also have a question from one of our jury members as well, asking, does the app take into account personal data to build up recommendations? For example, location, age, or transport used. And I'll add for myself, how would you anonymize that if you were passing it on to third parties?
So at the beginning of our application, as you saw in presentation, the user inputs his parameters. So we present to him a questionnaire. You only saw the one question on a presentation slide, like how much area do you have for solar power system. But also there will be questions like, what is your average energy consumption? Are you living in household or a condominium? How much household members are there? And we combine that data with location data. We gather that data from open data to then get these recommendations and represent them to the user.
And have you established the data quality KPIs?
Data quality, we have a few dimensions like that you already saw on slides, like consistency of the data, timeliness of the data, how complete is the data. So we first analyzed thoroughly that data, and we created something like a questionnaire where we graded those dimensions. So for example, completeness of the data, how much data we have, how much data is not missing based on how much, what is the scope of the whole data.
And finally then, presumably you've tested out the app yourselves. Has your behavior changed when you were using it?
Yes, we want to educate our users, and we prepared the list of tips and tricks for their everyday life. And I can say, at least for myself, that lately I often caught myself implementing these tips and tricks, like saving water while brushing the teeth. And so.
Okay, thank you very much, Team Cruz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we didn't get our introductory speech there right at the beginning, but I think we can go to it now. So let's have a look and see if we can hear from Angela. Thank you, Angela. The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. So I'm gonna cancel the sound that is returning from my machine, and I'm gonna hopefully switch to my slides after sharing my screen. So I hope you can see my slides. Okay, so let's start. Good morning, everybody. I feel incredibly honored to be with you today to learn from these incredible teams, really, to share the stage with wonderful speakers and to share thoughts with so many of you. When I started to work on this 7-minute talk, I felt the need to set the stage with why I care. So let me start by saying that after navigating the world of engineering and industrial design for more than a decade, I would say, I entered the world of information design by doing a master in information design at Central St. Martin's in London. And there I understood that information is powerful only if it can be understood, that understanding can precede action and change, and that information design can really play a unique role in explaining complex data and democratizing knowledge. And as soon as I stepped into the world of information design, I realized that I was in my element, but that my drive was not information design or data visualization per se, but the impact that we can have by communicating complex data with clarity and beauty, the impact that we can have by co-designing with our audience and the content experts, the impact that we can have by considering the long-term effects of our design decisions. And if there is one thing that I've been experiencing over the past 15 years, and if there is one thing that I would like you to remember from this talk, is that co-designing data visualizations can create ripples that last, because co-design helps us meet our audiences where they are. Co-design is centered on the involvement of all those who affect and are affected by the consequences of design. And exactly that involvement can be the center of ripples that last. Now, I used to think that ripples that last are loud and big and their magnitude has to be extraordinary, but I'm learning that they can also happen silently. They can start small and last forever, because the way we design, not only what we design, can leave marks in our audience experience, touching all the stakeholders involved in the design process. So that involvement is what I really care about. I run a company that is called InfoDesignLab. It is a socially conscious information design firm. It is a lab because we collaborate with partners and organizations that literally flow in and out depending on the projects we work on. So we work with scientists, with activists, with the public and private sector, with universities and the media. We teach a lot and run courses. And most of the time, the goal of our projects is to co-design visualizations that empower specialists and non-specialists to make informed decisions about the big challenges we face as a society, from education to health, from social justice to climate change. Now, we often get asked, how do you do what you do? And when we work, the tools we use range from color to typography, from static images to interactive solutions, but the most important tool is the co-design process. We co-design with our audiences, and most importantly, we co-design with the content experts. At times, we have been working on projects that put us on a very steep learning curve. One of these projects is the collaboration with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the United Nations body that assesses the science related to climate change. Now, in the last 4 years, we have been responsible for the visualizations of the summaries for policymakers of 3 reports. The report on global warming of 1.5 that was approved in 2018, the report on climate change and land that was approved in 2019, and the physical science basis, which is the working group 1 contribution to the AR6 cycle that was approved in 2021. Now, the IPCC reports are for the world's policymakers. They are drafted by scientists over many months or years, and they are just these big books. And the special reports consist of the full report that you can see on the left, and then a technical summary, and then a summary for policymakers. And the summary for policymakers is basically where the interface between science and policy happens, and they can be 30, 40 pages long. So the focus of our work has been on the data visualizations of the summaries for policymakers. And when Anna Pirani, the head of the IPCC Technical Support Unit of Working Group 1, approached us in 2016, it was clear that they wanted to pay more attention to the way they were using data visualization in their summary for policymakers. We agreed that we would try to co-design in the most inclusive and human-centered way. And one of the results was that the visualizations became really milestones to be reviewed and approved in the same way text would be. And the challenge for us was really high, considering that the way the IPCC process works is incredibly complex and rigorous. And here is when some extremes enter the picture, because one IPCC iteration for the drafting process of the report looks like this. Lead author meetings and work is done remotely until authors submit drafts of the report. Then the drafts are sent out for review in a very open process, because anybody can comment on the review drafts, and then comments are sent out to the coordinating lead authors and the team. Now, this is one iteration of the IPCC process, and for the special reports that we have worked on, there were 3 or 4 of those iterations, and at the very end, you have a final approval where delegations from more than 150 countries, scientists, IPCC chairs gathered together for the final approval. Now, these reports are an incredible undertaking, considering that hundreds of authors from many countries are involved in the assessment and writing of the reports. For example, 234 authors from 65 countries in total were involved in the latest AR6 report that we worked on. They reviewed a massive body of scientific work. The report has 14,000 cited references to the scientific literature. And the review or the drafts can be seen as massive user testing sessions where both the text and the visualizations are reviewed by hundreds of experts worldwide. It is a process that is highly participatory. Now, what do you think happens when you send out the drafts with visualizations? You get feedback, right? Now, if you've ever conducted user testing or included users for feedback in your projects, you know what user testing feels like. It's kind of like this mix of empowerment and vulnerability. Now, in this report, across 3 drafts, 78,007 review comments have been received from experts, from countries with different needs and perspectives. More than 1,300 comments were only on the visualizations. And the comments are on highly technical issues, and they have to be addressed one by one. And more than 1,500 emails were exchanged between the design team members, us and the TSU, just in the first iteration. And the expectations of these reports are really high. For the AR6 report, there were over 435,500 social media posts just in the first 2 days following the launch, and 3.3 million is the estimated number of people who shared or got engaged with the content. But this is just me scratching the surface. So maybe you kind of like start grasping the magnitude of the experience for us. And after the drafting process, there is the final approval session. For the 1.5 report, which was the first report we worked on, hundreds of delegates from 196 countries gathered in Incheon, South Korea. And the approval is called word-by-word approval because actually every word, comma, is up for final process of approval. And since we had been going through fire and ice for months during the design process, just leading up to the approval, we thought that we were in for a really interesting trip, just almost like a conference to observe some negotiations on the highest level in a beautiful city. But we could not be more wrong, because the word approval doesn't capture what actually happens at these meetings, because it makes it sound like relaxed and easygoing. But in reality, the work of the scientists is put under a microscope, including the visualizations we co-designed with them. And of course, there are country politics and national interests at play, but the scientists are there to make sure that any changes to the visualizations or text do not undermine or misinterpret or in any way compromise the science. It is like entering the eye of a storm together with all the scientists and the IPCC team. We have to design live during the approval, and rest and sleep are not an option. And in 2021, for the first time in the history of the IPCC approval, the approval was organized remotely because of COVID, and it lasted 2 weeks of almost non-stop work. So we entered our very first approval without having any idea of how things would be, but we entered the approval with a rock-solid knowledge of the content and the data, of the risks and the caveats, of the uncertainties and the challenges. And not having that solid knowledge would have been devastating for the visualization process. The visualizations had to be approved word by word, millimeter by millimeter, and the ripples of the continuous collaboration with the scientists, with the readers, with the delegates, and with the IPCC team really kicked in so many aspects. enabling us to understand the challenges, suggesting the most appropriate design solutions, being very firm at times, but also enabling the scientists to own the visualizations and allowing also the delegates to see these visualizations as a result of their own work because of the co-creation process in the review rounds. Now, we would never claim that the visualizations you see in these summaries for policymakers are, visually speaking, the best they could be, because given free rein, we would have designed things differently, but it's not about us. The policymakers are the audience, and it's hard to imagine how any data visualization could be more tailored to an audience's needs in this process, because every single one of the world's policymakers gave their stamp of approval to these visuals. So if our goal is to meet our viewers where they are, if the goal is to move our audience from understanding to action and change, we should not be just designing for what we want people to do with the information we communicate, but also for what we want people to feel. So I know that me saying this might surprise you, especially because we are dealing with science and evidence, but I am learning that data and evidence are emotional. And you can clearly see that in an IPCC context when you have people from all over the world who need to approve one visualization altogether. We always touch feelings and values. Imagine an IPCC approval at the United Nations and imagine being a delegate representing a country that is disappearing and dying because of climate change. Imagine what it feels like being usually invisible on a map projection. And imagine how it feels like when finally 500 delegates can see you. Because after 10 months of an excruciating co-design process that involved hundreds of people, everybody agrees that you do not need to display data on a map projection. And the cartogram would be a good solution. So I would like to end by saying that it is exceptionally hard to inspire change in someone when you do not know anything about them. Too often we start by focusing on the activities that we want to happen during the experiences we design. And this might sound extreme, but here's the switch I'm inviting you to make. Start with the feelings you want to inspire, and start with the people you are designing with. Thank you so much, and good luck to all these fantastic teams.
Thank you very much indeed, Angela Morelli from InfoDesignLab, for setting that out.
I don't think I can hear you.
Thank you, Angela, for that. Much appreciated. Now, I think we need to go on to our second team who are going to show us their presentation. That is Greenland Dashboard for Cities. Let's have a look at a short video all about them.
Today, cities are fighting strong challenges like pollution, security, and climate change.
We love cities, we love data,
and we believe that a data-driven approach can easily support better actions improving the quality of our life. Thanks to the EU and DSA, we have many datasets available for data experts, but hard to use for the city administrators. To solve this problem, we developed the Greenland app, a cloud application for high-level city monitoring, which can generate quality indexes and strong data-driven scenarios that are easy to use for city experts. We bring together a strong team, with data engineers, city architects and developers committed to this mission.
I'm Lorenzo.
I'm Andrea.
I'm Giulia.
I'm Damiano.
And we are the Greenland team.
Thank you for having us today. I'm Lorenzo, and today with Andrea, we drive you inside of the Greenland app. Here we are. Okay, so we believe that data can really support decision makers in the cities to take better action in order to solve the problem they have. And we know that with data, we can better understand what is the problem that they have in the city, like, for example, pollution or the climate change. But as today, we are able to get data from cities, but cities don't have the tools to handle it. For this reason, we started to build the Greenland app. And we built the app with with an idea to solve other two problems in the cities, reduce the data silos that they have, and reduce the system proliferation that we have in the cities around Italy and in Europe. Offering a tool that is a very focus on data and can create like a solution to offer and understand the current situation that there are in the urban context. So the Greenland app is a cloud service accessible to every European cities. It's designed for municipalities and decision makers and offer get useful insight coming from geodata and satellite data, with the goal to give a tool that supports the decision maker to take the right decision for their investment inside of the cities. But how we start? We started collecting data. We started collecting open data from the Istat and census, like the Italian administrative limits, land consumption, production and housing, and the resident population. And then we added to this data the satellite data, taking like data from satellite, from Copernicus, like the 10 kilometers grid, and like the land monitor services. Collecting all with this data in one single data space, we started to analyze this data. And thanks to machine learning and algorithm, we develop a lot of predictive scenarios on that. And we generate quality city index. Now we are able to understand what is the pollution, the air quality. We generated index about the land consumption, urbanization, and so on and so on. But at a certain point, we decided to offer all this information to municipality throughout a very simple dashboard, very intuitive dashboard that offers a high-level monitor of the cities. With the Greenland app right now, we are able to measure the green areas in the city, to show the land consumption, to show, thanks to the satellite, the green health of the trees. We can compare green areas versus citizen. We can compare green areas per citizen, offering a tool where the decision maker can really understand where to invest in order to improve the green of the cities. But why we started with the green? Because we believe that trees are the best tool that we have in order to fight pollution. It's the best tool that we have in order to fight the climate change. With trees, we can reduce the peak of heat that we have in the summer in the cities. With trees, we can reduce the CO2 in the cities. So we believe that a municipality that take care about the trees and the green inside is a municipality that have a lot of happy citizens. We're piloting the application in Perugia this year with the goal to offer and provide thematic dashboard for data visualization and decision-making process. The application now is running, and we are working to offer the tool accessible online to all the Italian municipalities before the end of the year. But thanks to the experience that we had with Perugia, we developed other two dashboards, one related to welfare and one related to economy, giving to the municipality a complete overview how the green, the economy, and the welfare of the citizens are connected inside of the city. Now, before to close, I let you present, I want to present a demo, but maybe, okay, it's working, good. So now here you see when you log in the platform, you can see that you can drill down the data. There are different types of visualization that you can have. So you can see you can surf the map and monitor the information related to one specific place. With the app, you have different data visualization tools, like monitor the green areas, soil consumption, understanding the green health that you have in the city. Then, for each category, you have different indexes, and you can drill down data using the map. For example, when you click on green and citizen, you have an overview about the ratio between people and the green available. You can see how many square meters of green per habitants you have, which is the green status and how the green areas are accessible for the citizen. Or you can click on the green health to understand how many trees are sick, for example, in the city. The information allows the administration to control in one shot all the green status of their land. So then when you click on the left side of the menu, you can get access to the other dashboard. The second one is related to welfare. Opening the dashboard, administrators can deeply analyze where in the city there are family and young people and the distribution of the welfare there. or the foreign cities, for example. You can check how many young and children are in the city, and all the situation that family, in the situation that family will. You can, of course, drill down the data and having different tools and information that support the municipality to analyze and better understand certain condition of people inside of certain type of area of the city. The last dashboard we have is the economy. With the economy, we can measure the relation between jobs and company, for example, or how the company and the residents and companies are distributed inside the cities. And all of this information can support the municipality to really connect data from economy, welfare, and trees, offering a very point tool that give great information coming out from the data. And the cool thing is, thanks to the open data, we are able to open this platform to all European cities in very, very fast. So thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you. Once again, another lovely place like Perugia inspiring the app. We have a couple of questions coming in. First of all, who's your target user? Is it city officials? Is it the average individual?
Hi.
Yeah.
The main user is the officers and the people that are working for the public administration, local and regional, but there is a functionality that can extend these dashboards also to the end users, to the citizens. So there are some specific dashboards that may be interesting also for the end user, for the citizen, and it's possible to deliver this through, for example, the citizen app in the city or other websites or whatever.
Now, we have a couple of questions very closely related. You mentioned spreading it out beyond Perugia. How easy would it be to offer to other cities, and how scalable is it?
It's very scalable, and we worked a lot on the standardization of data models. We created a data space that is already set up to be adapted to different census, to different data of different areas. So we can translate the different open data on citizen population to be adapted together with other main data sets. It's a complex set of data sets that we are using, but we worked to create a data space that can be shared and common to most of the European countries. And for the satellite data that we process internally from the scratch, we are able to manage all the world, and we are also Copernicus downstream use case. And for this, we are very happy and proud to be here.
And do you have any other cities on board yet?
Yes, we have already some cities. The main deployment is the one that Lorenzo quoted, the city of Perugia, but we worked also with some proof of concept also in the US.
And then finally, are you sharing any of the new data generated with third parties or others?
Yeah, we have the objective of this is to create something that is not only for decisions, but also to be reusable. So we create open data from processing a set of different data sets of open data.
And then finally, someone has just commented that it would be very interesting to do analysis on rich versus poor in the city, as well as terms of pollution, traffic, and the number of trees.
Yes, the economic dashboard that you have seen very quickly, that is very tightly connected to the green one, can show these kind of things. And the complex of this information can bring the citizen and the city to decide the best for the evolution of the same city.
Well, thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We're going to turn now to Team 3 for this green challenge, and that is MyBioEUBuddy. So let's take a look at what they've been up to.
Hi, we are MyBioEUBuddy team. Tamara, Bilana, and Nicola. Our goal is to help local, regional governments and producers to achieve a higher level of organic production in their region. Organic production methods limit or completely eliminate the use of synthetic agents. Unlike conventional production, organic production is based on the biological balance of the soil, plant, animal, human system. In this way, the health of people and the rest of the living world is protected. Our application clusters European regions based on geographical, geological, agricultural, and climatic characteristics. In each of these clusters, regions with the highest level of bioproduction are recognized. EUBuddy's regions are to serve as references to design recommendations for other regions of the same cluster.
The average of the EU bioproduction is 7.5%. There is significant differences within the same country. The program From a Farm to the Fork aims to increase bioproduction to 25% in 7 years. On the other side, there are more than half regions in the European Union who are low bioproducers with a bioproduction less than 5%. There is only a small number of regions who are considered as very high bioproducers. The Farm to the program aims to increase this very high percentage, but on the other side, there is year-on-year growing demand for the healthy food in the European Union. We propose the educational solution, which can increase the awareness in this field. Our solution, MyBioEUBuddy, can help local governments and agricultural producers in order to create the roadmap to increase the bioproduction in their regions. On the next 3 slides, you can see research and methodology used, then you can see the technology used, and at the end, you can see the main data sources.
Well, our application is composed of 4 principal parts. The first one gives the global view on bioproduction in Europe. On a map of Europe, you can see a color-scaled map by share of bioproduction. The visualization on indicators such as dominant group of soil, climate type, and relief is also provided. Later on, one can explore the clusterization of European regions. On European map, you can also see that the same colored regions belong to the same cluster. For example, let's take Catalonia in Spain and Sicily in Italy. And you can see that they are grouped in the same cluster 3 based on agricultural, geological, climatic, and soil characteristics. Scrolling down, the different analyses and descriptions on clusters are also provided. Now, let's go through the application, further through the application to get deeper insight into countries and regions. The second part considers the interactive visualization on a country level where you can compare 2 or more countries in the left sidebar to filter them and compare on different natural properties. For example, we took Belgium and Spain. The visualization on agricultural and hydrological indicators is also shown. The third part of application is quite similar to the second one. The same we did for countries, we can do for regions and get similar analysis. For example, we took 2 regions, Antwerp and Liège, from Belgium and compared them on different natural properties.
We are now coming to the heart of our application. Let's say that you're from Tuscany in Italy and you would like to understand what can you do in order to improve bioproduction in your region. Our application gives you your BioBuddy, which has similar natural properties while much higher bioproduction share. You can see here that Tuscany's BioBuddy is Calabria, which is on the map below, shown with a red circle. Going further, you can see similarity score, which is derived out of the clusterization. Umbria is the most similar region to Tuscany, with similarity close to 97%. Umbria, however, is not a BioBuddy of Tuscany, as it does not have high bioproduction share. On the right-hand side, you can see top producers, which are also BioBuddies of Tuscany. Going back to the map, you can see in light blue the most similar regions to Tuscany, and the ones which are annotated are the ones which are also high bioproducers. In the next section, you can read about best practices, projects, and know-how which is applied in Calabria, in Italy, and can be replicated in Tuscany in order to improve bioproduction. And scrolling down, you can read about the same for the other Tuscany's biobuddies. Table on the bottom of the page is actually showing more details on the calculation itself in terms of similarity and friendship score. Before we go to the next steps, I will shortly reflect on key challenges that we have faced during the app development. Looking through the list, you can see that they are mainly connected to data availability, especially on sub-country level. And speaking about our projects, the most important part is this of bio projects and their impact on regions and countries themselves. In terms of next steps, we see further potential for the extension of our application by pairing it with EU funding data. We see potential for the improvement of the user interface and quality of the recommendation themselves, especially through collaboration with local, regional governments and biological institutes. And for that part, we have also open contact form on our website. To round it up, I would remind you of one important quote, and that is, let the food be the medicine, and the medicine be the food. That would be all for our side. Thank you for your attention. We are now open to your questions.
Congratulations. Well, thank you very much indeed. We do have, of course, as always, some questions from our curious audience. First of all, is there a way for two similar regions to connect very easily?
I think it depends also on the politics between the regions and cooperation that exists already between the regions. If they have some cooperation, the history, it will be much more easier. But also the bioproduction, I think it is a goal that is very important in nowadays, and I think this kind of question should be the kind of playground for some new collaboration if they didn't exist in the history.
Maybe to add to that, in this phase we can compare them through the application itself and get different feedback out of the natural characteristics and also understand the state they are currently at. This is covered already with this part of our application.
And do these visualizations come with concrete recommendations or summaries for the policymakers?
Yes, we did like 60, we have first 300 regions, European regions, so 60 of them are considered as high bioproducers or very high bioproducers. And for all of those, we did really research on what was done, état d'art, on what was done in this domain. So yes, we give the real recommendation for those regions.
And finally then, who is the intended audience and what languages do you envisage it eventually being available in?
It is for now, it's in English, and yes, maybe it could be developed in other languages, of course.
And maybe to mention, to add what Nicola said, during this research phase, in order to derive these recommendations, we really needed to go into the local languages to understand what's going on in certain regions in Europe. You needed to go down to the level of those regions, and we did a lot of analysis of the documents which were only published in local languages.
And one part of question was the audience. They are local and regional governments and also local agricultural producers, and everybody can use our application, and we can be a mediator between those interested parties. And we see that if local governments and regional governments help us to give some good recommendation, this application can be very useful.
Well, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So that was challenge one, a European Green Deal. I hope everyone has been really interested in what our finalists have had to say. And I will remind you again that the assessment by the judges will happen in real time, and we'll be giving the results later on. And also, once we've heard from all the finalists in all of the different sections, we will be allowing a public choice vote. So if you're particularly interested in the green side, remember to come back and watch the finals later on when we announce the winners. We're going to take a few minutes break now before we come on to our next challenge. So feel free, if you're watching at home, to stretch your arms, grab a cup of coffee, and don't go far. Do we have Reet? Do we have Reet connected? Can I get a thumbs up if she's connected and ready to go? Okay, so we're ready to go once we get everybody back into the room. Okay, tech team, we're ready to go down here. So if you want to cue me with the bumper whenever you're ready. How are we doing? Ready to go? Cue. Okay. Back, everybody. So we are now going to move directly on to our second challenge, and that is transparency in public procurement, something that is hugely important because we know that public procurement makes up a vast amount of the European economy. And now to tell us a bit about why this challenge is so important, we are going to hear from Reet Sommer from the European Parliament's Data Management Document Production. Reet, thank you very much for joining us. I'm just going to hand over the floor to you to tell us all about this challenge.
Thank you very much, and hello. I am now not sure, I didn't check with the technical team if they're able to show and share my slides.
Yes, I think we can
do
that
for you. But I think I'll just start speaking. So at this year's edition of the Datathon, I have the honor to introduce challenge number 2 and speak about the importance of transparency in the EU public procurement. So for many years, public procurement has been treated as something that needs to be done and not seen as something of strategic value. However, this is slowly changing, and we can be sure that open data and public procurement is clearly here to stay. By applying the open data principles in EU public procurement, we are able to generate insights for decision and policy making, grow trust in the EU institutions, boost the digital transformation of procurement, and of course, increase transparency and integrity. I mentioned transparency last, but arguably it's the most important. Can be said for open data and transparency. Data is among the most powerful tools which transparency can have by its side. In other words, open data is a loyal friend of transparency, and as every good friend, data doesn't lie, right? Well, yes, you can say that it depends on the quality of the data, and I will agree with you. But still, what smart organizations and people nowadays do is to support their choices with fact-based information, with numbers, with data. So to understand how important the topic of public procurement is, and therefore how important the task of the 3 teams in this challenge is, we should take a look at some numbers. And I see that you probably don't see the slide, so it will be now a couple of numbers. So every year, public authorities in the EU spend around 14% of GDP on public procurement, amounting to more than 1.9 trillion euros. A study from 2019 on the benefits of open data to public procurement shows that in the EU, open data on public procurement positively affects competition, increasing the number of bids per tender by 12%, reducing prices by 8%, and improving the likelihood of success of new vendors by 8.7 percentage points. An example of positive development on EU level is TED, the Tenders Electronic Daily. It's an online portal for public procurement notices across the EU. Public buyers use TED to publish their notices using e-forms, an EU legislative open standard for publishing public procurement data, established in 2019. And each year, TED publishes around 676,000 procurement notices, including 258,000 calls for tenders, which are worth approximately 670 billion euros. Every day from Monday to Friday, about 2,600 public procurement notices are published there. Today, TED publishes the current standard forms. Starting from November, it will publish notices complying with the current TED schema forms, but also notices complying with a new generation of standard forms for public procurement, so-called e-forms. And eventually, from October 2023, the use of e-forms will be mandatory. This step will change not only the way contracting authorities, buyers, send notices for publication, but also how companies and citizens reuse that data. In the early days of open contracting, public authorities used to make public procurement information available in formats that are very difficult to process, such as PDFs. However, now the new EU award notices are in tabular and machine-readable files. So the challenge of to deal with nothing but a bunch of PDFs is also very familiar to my own team and something that we have been working to improve at the European Parliament. Soon, the EP will launch its open data portal that will provide information about the legislative process and the maps in an open machine-readable format. And I hope that for the next edition of the Datathon, the participants will be able to choose datasets from our catalog. Now, let us go to the projects of the finalist teams and see what their contribution to the transparency in the public procurement challenge will be. Thank you and good luck to all teams.
Thank you very much, Reet, and really setting out those facts and figures for us so we know how important the work of these teams is. And with that, we are going straight to the teams who are participating in the Transparency in Public Procurement Challenge. Our first team is Emma. Let's have a look at the video to see what they've been working on.
Hi, my name is Mark and I manage the team EMA, which is running the EU 2022 Datathon to help improve transparency in public procurements. Our team is made up of me, Marco, Marcus, Mark with a K, and even a cameraman. And that up there is our cat, Emma, who is watching everything and meows every time something is wrong. Meow! And it is exactly what the application EMA is about. Watching all European Union public procurements and detecting automatically fraud and other issues. For that, EMA uses open data from Data Europa and enrich it with other sources. EMA allows everybody to search and easily visualize all interaction of public procurement actors, with a highlighting of suspicions of fraud. So yeah, EMA monitors malicious activities.
Sorry. Let's talk about transparency and transparency in public procurement. Okay. Sorry, little mismanage of things. Let's talk about transparency and transparency in public procurement. If we really want to call our democracies democracy, we need to maintain, to reinforce, to build one of the core pillars of a democracy, which is transparency. in the age of informations that we live on, we have access to the data we more easily, and the spreading of informations is large and mainstream, thanks to all of the actors who make this possible, administrations, NGO, open data communities, and collaborative communities. For example of this transparency, today in France, there is not a week without a headline about new cases of fraud by public representative and high-level public servants, sorry. This majority of frauds are linked to public procurement process. The EU public procurement market is about 2,000 billion euro. It is 16% of European GDP. This amount of financial power that we give to the decisioners show the reason why transparency in public procurement is necessary. It shows also the reason why Challenge 2 of this datathon exists, and it shows the reason why EMA is a necessity, EMA and other tools like the one my German colleagues will present you after. So that's it, but what does EMA, what EMA does? EMA is a multifactorial search engine through several databases about public procurement actors. EMA is also a map showing interaction between public procurement stakeholders. And EMA is a dynamic classifications allowing the highlight of malicious activities that do not comply with European regulations. That's for what EMA does, but what can we do with EMA? What can we do with EMA? A public decision maker can use it to identify future conflict of interest that can occur. NGO can use it to visualize connection between stakeholders and easily detect blue situations. And the company can use it to check if they have not been wronged on a call for tenders. So that's it. Now the technical part. Don't worry, it will be quick. So how EMA is doing that? EMA retrieves information from several sources, like administrations, open data, and linked open data. It takes this data, processes it, and format it, and put it on a database. EMA after apply European public procurement rules and to detect any wrongs. And after that, EMA sort it and classify it as we classify it, and voila. And voila. After that, EMA redistributes data in two forms. The first form is the web applications to use the data, and the second form is a technical endpoint to reuse the data. When I was making this deck slide, I was looking for a good example on which we can all relate and that we all know. So I picked someone who is here today with us. I took Renata Avila, who is a speaker today representing the open knowledge community. Renata, you may be wondering why you are on a database about public procurements. It's just because Wikipedia flags you as stakeholders on an organization who answer to a public procurement. So if we click on the open knowledge community, we see that there is 4 dots. One of the dots is Renata, the center one is the open knowledge community, and the open knowledge community answer to 2 tenders with public society. If we click on a dot, we can have more information and widespread data about the tenders or about the organizations. But if we expand that and click on the what is its name, Capita Business Services, it is one of a public organization that answer. We can expand, and there is lots and lots of more dots. It is all the tenders that the buyers, Capita Business Services, put. And we can see that there is orange links. All these orange links are a little misdoing on the process of the tenders. So we detect that. It is not comply with European rules, but it is normal because you can't have on 1,000 tenders, you can't respect all the rules. That's for the orange one. If there was a red one, it was more complicated, I guess. It's a good. But we can also expand another again, and that's exactly the same data, but with all the public servants who say they are interested in this organizations. They say it on their declaration of interest, and this is open data, so we can retrieve it and we can link it also. So that's the power of EMA. EMA allows us to walk through all this data and help us to take the first steps to navigate through it. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So, several questions. First of all, on which criteria does EMA flag suspicion of fraud?
Fact is that I take all the Union European rules about public procurements. That's a lot, and I implement it on the database. The database is a triple store, and we just have to translate all rules in a computer language. It's all.
And how do you plan to integrate data on available funding possibilities, be that regional, national, or EU?
Available funding? Oh, okay. We, for the moment, I just take all the data that are available on the EUDatathon.eu. And after that's the big part. It's to take a local one and national one.
And could you tell us more about the way EMA parses or gathers data?
We use the API tenders to retrieve all the data from the Europe, and we use linked open data. It is vocabulary and other data like Wikipedia data. There is an organization whose name is DBpedia, and he's linked open data and give us the Wikipedia data in the way that we can use it.
And finally then, kind of the broadest question, what was the most difficult part of working with procurement data?
Understanding all the vocabulary, but the EU give us the vocabulary, so it's good. But it's, yes, there is a lot of things to do, and we can be holistic. So that's it.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck. The second team taking on this Transparency in Public Procurement Challenge is the Free Software Foundation Europe. So let's have a look at their video and see what they've been doing.
Hi, my name is Alexander Sander. I'm FSFE's policy consultant and part of the TED-Active team. We are trying to use open data to bring more transparency to the procurement process. In this regard, we're happy to take part in this year's edition of EUDatathon, and we are also looking forward to present our project in Brussels.
Hi, I'm Linus. I'm a systems administrator with the Free Software Foundation Europe. We want to empower people to control technology, and we think that European tendering data should be freely accessible to everybody who wishes to investigate it. That's why we built TED-Active.
Hello, I'm Michael. I believe that open data should be easily accessible to everyone. That is what I can contribute as a web developer to TED-Active.
We take concrete action to protect and extend user rights by empowering users to control technology. We are proud to be finalists in this year's Datathon and look forward to participating in the event.
Hello everybody. So today I'm going to present our ad called TED-Active. It's a free, also known as open source solution to make European tendering data explorable for non-experts. So why is this needed? We've seen a number of attempts to make TED data more accessible, and some of them have been quite successful. Yet we weren't really able to identify a single, freely accessible, interoperable, or solution based on an interoperable data format like OCDS, the Open Contract and Data Standard, and one that's based fully on free software. So we thought, okay, let's build this for this year's Datathon and show that free software is really able to solve this problem quite effectively. Let's think of a couple of user stories here. So let's think of a public servant who wants to know what government bodies in Germany, for example, buy from an entity called Microsoft Deutschland GmbH, or Microsoft Germany, to see how much money they could save by using free software instead. Or let's say you're a journalist who wants to investigate the recent purchases or the recent procurement made by the Polish border guard. Detective will allow you to explore European tendering data in a way to really answer those questions or get an entry point into an investigation. We built the app on a kind of core principle, which is KISS, FOSS, keeping it simple while using free and open source software. So we have a simple data model. We only have parties. These are buyers or sellers. They can be similar to each other. This is our initial effort at deduplicating. I can talk more about this in the Q&A. And we have tenders. And parties can supply tenders, and tenders are tendered by a party. So this is our free software architecture. We parse the XML data that's published daily, monthly, and parse that into PostgreSQL. And then we transform that into a Neo4j database. That's a graph-backed database. We have an API in front of that. And then we built a dashboard that queries that API. This is all free software. And I will now show you what it can do. So here we see an overview of data that's from January 2019 to March 2022. We have a geographic distribution of buyers and sellers. And here we can really start an investigation of a party that's in the data set. We will first get a geographic distribution. So we'll see on a map where this party is sold to. And then on the right, we'll see a graph of green is parties, and yellow or red is tenders. And red tenders are above 1 million award value, and orange is 500,000 award value. Then we can drill down on this data. We can, for example, open the TED notice. And now we can, this would serve as a very good entry point for any investigation that the public servant would like to make. Now we can investigate the Polish border guard, if we know what border guard means in Polish. We'll again get the geographic distribution and the graph. On the right side, we'll see here that they mostly procured in Poland. And that there's also quite a lot of high-value tenders there. And we could drill down on the particular entities, corporate or otherwise, that they interacted with. And we can, again, drill down to get more information and get the links to the actual data source. A problem that we faced was deduplicating TED data. TED data is really complex, and it's not deduplicated. So we built, this is a very raw kind of similarity measure where we can, which allows us to get similar parties, where we can define a threshold and get parties that are very similar to this party. And we also have a tab here that allows you to investigate particular tenders. So this is a CPV code, weapons and ammunition. So here we could sort, and we again have them displayed on a map. We already have built an API for all this data. So this is live. You can actually check it out. It's api.detective.org, where you can actually query the data sets. And it's all, it's been developed as free software and released so far as free software. So everybody can participate. Everybody sitting in this room and in the world can participate in this project. And they could have participated while we were writing it. So no competitive advantage. We did it all in the open. So everybody can use, share, study, and approve it. And we also, we talked about co-design in the beginning. So we think software is made for people. and Detective will or is and always will be designed and maintained and monitored in close cooperation with all relevant stakeholders and user groups, such as journalists or public officials who want to investigate particular interactions through procurement. We love interoperability. This is why we will offer bulk downloads, and we will make all the data accessible in the Open Contracting Data Standard, and our API will be conformant with the Open API spec. And we fundamentally believe that linked data is more interesting, so we will connect this data also in the future with other data sources that we find very interesting to connect it to, such as open corporates. Open sanctions is another really, really interesting project that highlights politically exposed persons. And then there's the offshore leaks database, which could highlight connections with offshore companies. The big challenge to achieve this linkage will be to first clean and deduplicate TED data, because especially the XML files published, let's say there can be increases in quality can be made. And currently we make use of a very naive approach of deduplication, but I think it will be very interesting to continue on this road and get outside expertise to actually improve the quality of data deduplication here. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that presentation. Couple of questions, I mean, from our jury members is who do you think could benefit most from the app? You mentioned potential users. Do you have a priority on which ones you think will get the most?
Yeah, I think so non-commercial usage, and usage that's in the public interest. So people who are either working as public servants and want to find out, hey, how much money do we spend on, like, how much money do we give to this corporation? And then also investigative journalists who want to just kind of have an entry point into a procurement network of a particular actor. So I think these are the two main target use cases.
And what did you find out by merging the same companies together or similar companies together?
That it's difficult. It's really difficult because sometimes it can just be a spelling mistake that leads to the entity being different in the data set. But sometimes it's actually more deep than that because Microsoft has Microsoft Germany, and then there's also Microsoft Ireland. And then do you treat these companies the same? Is that all Microsoft? There's many ways of thinking about this, and there again, I think this co-design process kicks in. We'll need to speak more with people who actually would want to use it in practice and find out what they would think on this. And we've done this to a certain extent, and I think there's a lot to learn in doing proper deduplication on a TED data set. We're just not yet there yet, and I don't think, nobody is.
Well then, as a journalist, I will ask the question, have you already worked with any groups of journalists, or are there any that specifically you want to target to bring in, or what are those next steps going to be?
So I've a couple of friends who are journalists in Berlin I've shown the prototype. It's already accessible. So I've sent it to them, and you can just put in a password. And internally, of course, we also have a lot of contact with people who work in this area. So we've already shown it, but the next step will be to get actual feedback of people using the app. We just finished this public beta, if you will, or alpha last week. So now the next step will be to get actionable feedback from people who we want to target with this, and then we'll see from there. And I mean, I invite you all to create an issue. That's the beauty of free software. You can all participate in that process.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and good luck to your team.
Thank you.
And our third and final finalist team for this challenge is the AI team. So let's have a look at what they've been doing.
My name is Christian, and I'm an electrical engineer from Stuttgart. And during a sleepless night, I found the Datathon challenges. Our first joint project was EURODAT back in 2004. There, we traveled around Europe. We bought a used car in Alicante, which we then drove to Paris. But anyway, more about our recent sleepless nights.
I'm Thomas, electrical engineer from Stuttgart, and I'm hacking the front end of our app. I'm a project manager for photovoltaic power plants, and I'm bringing my knowledge about public procurement processes to the team. Recently, I had some sleepless nights.
I'm Stefaan. I'm an electrical engineer from Stuttgart, and I'm hacking the backend of our app. I'm a telecommunications engineer, and I bring my knowledge about databases and network theory to the team. Recently, I had some sleepless nights.
In our app, we want to help people understand how public procurement and tenders work in Europe and make projects like this more transparent.
Hello everybody. Public procurement is the biggest market in Europe. You have seen this and heard this already before. According to a recent OECD study, about 15%, the lady before said 14%, is spent directly on public procurement in Europe. But how is that spent? We talked to many companies, we talked to public authorities, we talked to ministries, we talked to people doing in daily business, they do procure goods, services, and consultings. And we even were talking to lawyers specialized in public procurement. And they all told us the same. The public procurement process is organized in the public procurement regulation. They're great. But what does that mean? That means it makes it a bit bureaucratic, it makes it a bit slow, and it makes it also hard for changes. So, but how the process does it look? We have the authorities giving out notices, and the companies, they're doing the bids on. And the best bid is the winner, but just in theory. Because in reality, we looked into the data, and only a few companies are winning the really big contracts. And this is a problem, we think. But how could we tackle this problem? We looked into TED data. Maybe TED data could help. But we have heard today several times, TED data is very hard to digest without prior knowledge. And the pure amount of open data in terms of authorities, contract data, and also winning companies makes it super hard in order to recognize trends or gather further information. So what we try to do is we try to organize it in an app and make that more transparent. And we made an app. We made an app for citizens just want to know where their tax money goes. We also made the app for companies to want to explore new businesses, new markets, and want to look into if there could be a potential new customer in terms of a public authority. We also made it for local authorities. They want to learn from each other in order to improve the procurement processes. And last but not least, also European auditing is a customer because they are very interested in checking their rules, changing the rules maybe, and even if they have new directives derived, if they already arrived to national economies. And here it is. It's the TED graph, transparency-enabled data. In the upper part of the TED graph, you see a map. It's a geographical map based on the NUTS regions. And thereon, you see stars, which are the authorities giving out the contracts. In the middle part, you see our awesome TED graph. The TED graph, organized as well as our groups before, organizes the authorities in yellow, the winning companies in turquoise, and the notices in pink. And on the lower part, you have a region where it's a shopping basket, and you can also do export function and exchange information with other tools, or just an audience or other colleagues you want to work on the data. But let's get into the use cases. One of the use cases could, for example, be you just explore the region around you. Who is giving out contracts, what the authorities are, who are winning the contracts, and you see the colors. A red color is, as also from our colleagues before, in red over 1 million in contract volume. So if you, for example, click on a company here, you see that company is doing very well because there are a lot of notices below and also a lot of authorities they are serving to. So in theory, you could just click into and look deeper in if there is some interesting data for you. But what also could be, you click on the map, and when you click on the map, you suddenly see where all the authorities are based in the regions, and you look deeper into where this company is sold to. And for example, there's one company, and they are based not in Germany, but they are based in France. And here you see then there are also other authorities, other companies who they gave out contracts as well. And you as well, you see on the info card on the right, you see the complete volume. So another use case could be if you want to work for the European Parliament and you just type in the search engine European Parliament, you look into the awesome TED graph, and there it appears, and you see, there is one notice pretty interesting, and there are a lot of, here you see it, and there are a lot of winners as well. But what's that directly? Here you see, it's about translation and translation services. And the volume of it is about 18 million of euros. So there's quite a bit of money in. So if you're a translator or you want to be a translator, you should think about working for the European Parliament. And now the third. We have a third use case, and there we're using, as you already have seen in our trailer, the reconstruction project of the Stuttgart main station. Here, again, we're pulling out the balloon set of authority and is combined together with all the notices and all the contracts. They are many, that's why it's a bit slow here. And we look deeper into. What you also can see is, apart from contracts, notices, and the authority, that you also have brown and violet bubbles. And those are the companies in the business registers and their officers owning them. And normally you have straight lines here. But what you also have is, on the upper part, you have crossing lines, which is interesting and a bit strange. So look deeper into. And when you look deeper into, you see two companies are owned by each other, which is a bit strange because in the beginning, they look totally different and they have different names, but they owned by the same people, which could be interesting for auditing or rule makers, for example. This is the third example. But what is under the hood? A list of data sets we were using, you see here. For our map, we were using, of course, OpenStreetMap data and data from EURope.eu for the NUTS regions, and as well for the inclusion of the GDPs, we used the Eurostat Data Explorer. For our graph, we were using, of course, the TED database, as well as the EU Transparency Register, the business registers, and as well we included a list of sanctioned people also from the US, but also from the European Union. We are cross-checking the names of the offices or the names of the companies together. Actually, we are in a beta phase. And at that point, we hope some of our partners are also watching today, and we want to already thank them for the support and for the inclusion in the use cases that we could already optimize our app until the state it is right now. But what we also want to do, we want to add some new parameters. We want to include this app in a better future for Europe if we could do more transparency in public procurement. For example, a sustainability score from 1 to 100, and we include this in the notices. That could be super interesting. And we're really looking forward. And it's us, it's the AI team. And we thank you a lot for the audience and the questions. Sorry, there's one more thing. It was deleted. Here, if you don't start the journey, you will never reach the peak. Here's our roadmap. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your presentation. We have a question from an audience member asking, what was the most catchy part that you found out? What struck out to you when you were doing this?
Maybe the company that you just showed, huh? I think.
The company, definitely, and there are a couple of other companies. Yeah, but we didn't want to name them, of course, here officially.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
There is some sketchy things going on.
And how would you design a transparency number for each notice?
Actually, we put it already on the roadmap. We think we need to work closer together with the ministries, and they already have these goals: digitalization and sustainability, and also transparency was already shown on the introduction. So I think we need to work closer with the ministries, but we can learn, for example, from Euro NCAP or US NCAP. They are for safety for cars, and there is one regulation, and one way you get the score, which makes it then also comparable to others. So if it's a Chinese car, a German car, a US car, or a startup car, they all get the same rating, and if they have 5 stars, it's a super safe car. So if we have a score of 100, we are a super transparent procurement notice, for example. If we are a 1, we are not so good, and sustainability, same thing. So yeah, 1 is oil and gas, and 100 is solar.
And if there was any one additional data set or source of data that you would have liked to have added in, if you could wave a magic wand, what would that be?
Well, I would say for the identification of holdings and companies, I think the hardest part is linking them together. So because what's missing also in business register data that's open available is the persons that are behind the companies often.
Okay, so still some work to do. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Good luck, and that's... And that's it for Challenge 2, and I hope you've been persuaded of the importance of this particular challenge as well. So we're going to take a lunch break now, and we're going to come back after that and do our 2 remaining challenges that are on the agenda before going to the Public Choice Award. So don't go far, there's still a lot more come and 6 more teams to hear from. Very soon, really. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EUDatathon 2022, the 6th edition. And I hope everyone has had a chance to have a bit of lunch, refresh themselves, stretch out, and be ready for our next 2 challenges, as well as the public vote still to come, and indeed the all-important awards ceremony. But we're now on to our 3rd thematic challenge, and that is EU public procurement for young people. This year, 2022, is the European Year of Youth. This was something that President Ursula von der Leyen set out in her speech to the European Union. And it has been a series of events that have been focusing on getting young people more involved in policies, more involved in what's happening across the EU, and more involved at a grassroots level right up to a political level. To talk to us a little bit about why this challenge is very timely and very important, I'm delighted to introduce Manuela Cruz, Publications Office of the European Union, of course, our host today, and she is TED and EU public procurement expert. Manuela.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the welcome. And good afternoon. I hope you can hear me in good conditions.
I can.
That's very good. So my name is Manuela Cruz, indeed. I am the head of the TED and EU Public Procurement Unit here at the Publications Office. And I'm sorry I cannot be with you physically today, but in any way, it is my pleasure to introduce the 3 finalists of the challenge EU Public Procurement Opportunities for Young People. And I would like to start by congratulating the finalists, of course, but also all the participants, because the task was not easy. They had to combine young people, a challenge by itself, and procurement, another huge challenge. So if we start considering young people include women, men, non-binary, very young, teenagers, not so young, students, workers, unemployed, people from different countries, speaking different languages, having different backgrounds, with different interests, and with different needs. And then, if we can consider public procurement, and on top of that, European public procurement, well, it is a complex and specialized field. We already heard this morning some of the participants referring to how complicated, how complex the data is. And I would even dare to add, well, a bit dull, a bit dry, very bureaucratic. So how can you combine, indeed, youth, the creativity and the promise of youth, and this complex aspect of procurement? Well, the finalists did it, and they did it by using data. By using the power of data, the power of open data, to do something with a subject that looks very complex, to make it simple, and to highlight opportunities, because procurement is about highlighting opportunities for business. So what did these teams do? Well, the team from HasPopEU, made of Ayana, Jon, George, and Razvan, they propose to match skills to jobs. So they want to build digital bridges, and I think that's a very nice image, building digital bridges. And then the team from Hermix, Botkan and Stefaan, they are inspired by old myths, by the myth of Hermes, the messenger of the gods, of the Greek gods. And they propose to demystify public procurement and to promote democratic access to public funds. And this sounds really inspiring. And then finally, the team from YouthPOP, Konstantini, Sofia, and Mihail, they want to make public procurement popular to young people. And they apply machine learning techniques to historical data to predict trends. And this is very promising. So I will not spoil the fun. You will see by yourselves how they captured the superpowers of procurement data and how they made it to present the beautiful projects that they will present today. I wish the finalists the best of luck. I promise us all that we will have a very good time watching their proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Manuela. And we can see there all those great finalists for our challenge number 3, EU Public Procurement Opportunities for Young People. And as Manuela outlined, we are down to the final 3 teams. And we're going to hear now from our first team, HasPopEU. And first, let's have a look at the video showing us their example of their team challenge.
Hi guys, my name is Diana and I deal with the social aspects of the project.
Hello, I am George and I work on privacy and cryptography.
Our project aims to shape a digital bridge between job seekers and job providers in the public procurement market.
Worldwide, this is a 12 trillion euros per year market. Due to various job-related shortages, public procurement projects are in need of tailored instruments.
Our focus is on young people, migrants, and SMEs. By providing better skills to jobs matching, we hope that our platform will help people literally build their countries of residence.
Hello, my name is John and my primary role is on the business side of things. This is Razvan, our technical lead.
Hello.
Now it's working. Hello everyone, it's great to see you all here. Today we are telling you the story of how our team approached the challenge, the solution we came up with, the open data sets that we used, and also the people that we listened to. Accompanying the story is a series of tweets, as highlighted there, that contain some key insights and discoveries observed by us. For example, the European Commission's new pilot project with job opportunities for migrants, which is very encouraging. But to get going, worker shortages in the EU have serious socio-economic consequences. Germany is losing 85 billion euros per year. Massive national and European resilience programs put pressure on the public procurement market, probably even widening the worker shortages situation. To add on top of that, this market is highly complex and very difficult for SMEs, which represent 99% of all the businesses in the EU. Together with job-seeking youth and migrants, which are especially vulnerable in the state, they need tailored instruments. That being said, let me introduce you to our solution. A web app that brings modern data-enhanced skills to jobs matching. It will act, as it has been said before, as a digital bridge between job seekers and job providers. But to develop a business-ready app, our initial focus was on national market, which we have known for the past 15 years. HasPopEU was built on top of the experience we had with the previously developed platform Spend.ro. EU tenders electronic daily and Romanian public procurement datasets are consumed via the broker component of Spend.ro. The Romanian dataset also has under the threshold high frequency data. TED has above the threshold frequency data with many relevant details hidden in multiple languages. Getting business-grade value requires dealing with each country's particularities. But it's not enough to have just the data. And for that, it's essential to know our beneficiary-specific needs. So we asked youth, migrants, and SMEs for their input on this. We found out that most of job seekers have very limited knowledge of public procurement opportunities. Additionally, they express the desire for having their data encrypted. Also, job providers brought us exciting news on the other hand. They are open to disclosing salary ranges and are very open to hiring youth and migrants. But for that, they need specialized job matchmaking. So here now, let's get ready to look at our app in action. The most important thing is the technical setup. The technical setup is ready for scalability, internationalization, and also research partnerships. So here we can see the first page of our web application with our Twitter handle inside, of course. We do have a small about section for people that have yet to meet us, so you can see some information. And now we're going to look through the eyes of a job seeker, what they can see. Of course, first they have to create a profile on our website, on our web application, and then after the profile was created, log in it. After the job seeker has entered our platform, they see very user-friendly put data inside. So it's simple, it's easy to read, because we didn't want to burden them with all the technical details in the background. We just wanted to let them be able to make their profile and then see firsthand the categories, the names of the companies, and what contracts are available. Here now, moving on, we can also see the detailed contracts of, for example, a particular company. And the most important thing is that all these are linked to different job opportunities that they might find interesting or relevant to their profile. For now, here is our machine learning prediction, where if we have a certain procedure or a contract, the person can see who might be a possible winner for that particular contract. And now we are in the job provider section, where they can see country by country the amount of euros that are in each and every one of them. And of course, the highlight is that here we have their data, their contact information, so it can be very easy for users to find them, and also the jobs postings that they might want to upload in regards to certain contracts. And the most important part was here that they can actively see candidates that match their jobs listing. Now we can see that they are looking after particular candidates. And at the end, this is our homomorphic encryption method for keeping the user's data safe. And after this, here is the TED data that is staged and is ready to be worked with. Now, after this, we have to mention that we highlighted our beneficiaries' specific needs and our solution. For the future, a partnership with a large commercial platform for open jobs, API integrations, is in the works. A research venture with a team that specializes in machine learning from Babes-Bolyai University has been initiated. In the following weeks, we will publish best practice materials and insights with the Romanian National Open Data Office. And we will be developing algorithms to tackle the particularities of TED and EU countries' datasets. Also, next week, all of our Datathon materials that we have used up until now will be available on our website. And to sort of end this on a note, on a rhetoric note, to open some possible questions for later on, we wonder the following things. The most important ones being, firstly, what can we do about public procurements that are under the threshold, because these are the vast majority of procedures? Is there a way to standardize that? Secondly, could we have a data brokers model similar to TED eSenders for other high-impact EU open data sets? And finally, could all this amount in a digitally frictionless single market with a core EU-wide for job standard-related opportunities? And for that, we want to thank you for your attention. And we also like to thank our beneficiaries that helped us with the market research, Mr. Vincenzo Passol, the patent holder for the homomorphic encryption, award-winning film director Adi Vojko for video making insights. Also, a big thank you to the EUDatathon team for all the assistance. And we encourage anyone thinking about participating in this event to enter the 2023 Datathon. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your presentation and giving us a very whistle-stop tour through what the app does. First question, and it comes from a jury member asking, are the contracts of the platform private company contracts with enterprises or private sector, or public procurement, or both?
Public procurement.
Okay, and so how are you motivating them to join your platform?
You're referring to this in regards to companies or to job seekers?
The companies or the, yeah.
Well, we are motivating them in a way that this is the next step to evolve in the job-seeking part, because in order for them to get as best people in their work as possible, they also have to come in and publish this data further on.
And how about the actual information that's on the job profiles? Where is that coming from?
Sorry. I have a bit of emotions right now. I'm very passionate. But the thing is that all this information comes from the job seekers. The job seekers consent to putting their data on our website, creating a profile, and we assure them in turn that we use the data as we practically tell them that we're going to use it.
And are you getting much good feedback from them? How are they responding at this testing stage?
We actually passed the testing stage. We're now in beta production stage. And so far, the feedback has been very great. It's user-friendly. People have an easy time going through it. But they're still waiting for more, let's say, data to come in.
And so that's the next step?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. And good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you there, the HasPopEU team. Now, we're going to move on to our second team finalists in the third category, and that is Hermix. So we're going to ask them to come on stage and give you the presentation, but as always, first of all, we're going to have a quick look at a video.
We make sense of data for you.
Public sector tendering is a heavy business. It is difficult to understand the market, where and how to apply for funds. But we need public funding, because it's huge.
Hi, I'm Bogdan. I'm a software architect. I love to build products, optimize processes, and create value through software craftsmanship with simple concepts and a personal touch.
I've been doing sales for the public sector for 20 years. Most of these I sold IT projects to the European Commission, and it worked great. We signed tens of millions, but it took me years to learn.
What we propose with Hermix is to automate and transform the public sector marketing and sales.
We have a solid theoretical framework. We use state-of-the-art methods from consumer marketing, business to business. We adapted these methods to the business-to-government sector. We automate and we innovate.
Overall, we trust it will have an amazing impact on the market.
Hermix will transform access to public funds using data science and big open data.
Hello. Hermix is probably the first marketing analytics platform for the public sector for young entrepreneurs, startups, and researchers. We are different from the portals that publish opportunities, contract notices, including TED, which does a great job in publishing raw primary information. But we do much more than that. We do analytics. We create knowledge out of this data. First of all, I would really like to thank our team. We are much more many than this on the stage. A lot of friends helped, mostly free. Thank you all. So why did we start to work on this? Because the market is absolutely huge. Public procurement in Europe is a 2 trillion euro per year business. Worldwide is 14 trillion. There are 250,000 public authorities that are spending this money throughout Europe at all levels. The research grants are 300 billion in Europe. And you know, in consumer business, in retail, you have hundreds of applications that crunch data. We have Google Analytics, Facebook Analytics, Sales, it's LinkedIn Sales Navigator. They know everything about us as consumers, as businesses, our age, our everything. They profile us, segment us, they use demographics, they use geographics, firmographic segmentation to sell goods. But in the public sector, there's pretty much nothing. So this creates a bit of a distorted market. There are a few players who invest a lot in public sector sales and marketing. And for instance, we analyzed the financial transparency system. And we discovered that just a handful of organizations receive most, like half of European research grants are received by just a handful of organizations, private institutes, research institutes. My university, Co11, Fraunhofer, Athos, Thales, Max Planck, they get hundreds of millions per year. But then there are 50,000 small companies, startups, that get very little, and a lot of others that get nothing. So what we do market analytics, qualification of opportunities, and proposal automation. This we just started. How? We use a theoretical framework built around government graphics. So it's a type of segmentation of the public sector, especially authorities and contracts, similar to demographics and firmographics in business to business, in consumer retail. We use tools such as data science, data engineering to clean up data.
So this is our architecture. I'm not going to go deep into any technical details. The most important part of our flow is actually ingesting the data. That data, FTS data, we've already did that. So we've ingested the last 7 years of that data in FTS, and now we're working on a participant portal and core this data. Why is this important? We're focusing on bringing an insight on the information that's hidden in there. And that's important for the youth, for entrepreneurs, because usually large corporations and large companies have dedicated teams to do this. And bringing this data into a user-friendly, usable app that's easily accessible will bring a lot of valuable insight and information for everybody that wants to go into business right now. The short story, the timeline, we've actually started to work on this idea before the Datathon, and it fitted our idea perfectly. So we started going into it, developed it more, worked with everybody on it, and since October 1st, we're actually live. So we have real customers, of course, a few were at the start, but everything is going according to our plan, and pretty soon we're going to get more information, make it more accessible, and be able to provide more insights than we're providing now.
This summer, we also applied for a few grants. We received a small one. We have another one in evaluation. So hopefully this will also help us. So let's imagine I'm a young entrepreneur or a researcher. I'm working in IT, in software. I'm Stefaan. I'm a software developer at heart. So I want to get a grant or a contract in the public sector. What do I need to do first? I need to understand my market. So this is the map of European institutions, for instance. I need to understand where is the money, who's spending in IT, how much, and to understand my competition and potential partners. We use firmographics from B2B for that, so to map competition and partners. We need to look into where are some opportunities and gaps, where are the places where there are lots of money but few players. That's where I want to start. This means I need to analyze the fragmentation and diversification of the market, suppliers and beneficiaries, and authorities. But we actually can show you live. I filmed this 2 days ago from our platform in production. So this is our platform. It's Hermix EU, app Hermix EU. You go, you log in. I repeat, this is in production. I filmed it 2 days ago. So front page shows me an overview of the market, public sector throughout Europe. I have some opportunities that are relevant to me displayed here, but I can go to see the full list. This is the map of all European institutions. This is cleaned up real data. So 15 years of FTS, 7 years of TED, plus some data sets from Eurostat and from the ECB, like exchange rates. We had to clean exchange rates. This is an overview of who's spending things on the market, mostly from FTS data. It's cleaned up. You see the authorities here. I don't know if, yeah, it should be quite clear. The authorities are cleaned up. So we took the 200 names that are used in all these various data sources for one authority, and we merge them together. This is a map of the competition in IT and partners, and who are the biggest spenders and beneficiaries. You see the typical companies there, of course. Atos, Iris, IBM, and so on. We have the publications office, profile, detailed profile. They do a lot of IT spending. You see all their names, phone numbers that we found in all the data sets. As we associated them with OP. We can see their open opportunities. Every night we have an automatic job that imports everything from TED. FTS is yearly. We see, for instance, the details of an opportunity. We match them to the contract award. So you saw there who won that opportunity. These are all the contract awards in 7 years of TED, as I mentioned, and combined with FTS mostly. If we look at one company and we say this could be a good match, for instance, this is NTT. You see it has about 400 companies in this group under different names. You have under the NTT group, which is one of the suppliers of OP. That's what Hermix says. You have companies like Dimension Data or like Everis, but they are in the group of NTT, and for us it is important to show that they are in NTT because they are working together. So for us it should be pretty much the same company. And then you can see, and that was the last slide, for NTT, for the group of companies, it was mentioned the same example earlier about Microsoft. For us, it is important to know that Microsoft Ireland is the same as Microsoft Germany. And maybe with companies with a different name or a different VAT number, because they work together. For us, it is a cluster. We are really excited about this. This is an affinity graph. So we mapped affinities. We mapped the relation between companies and authorities, and we create clusters. And where there is a dense cluster or a subgraph, we know that those guys are working together, or they are, you see this kind of insights. These guys are working together, or this is a preferred supplier, or these are typical competitors. So who do I call for that, and so on. And Hermix will ensure access to public funds for young people. We trust that it will increase transparency and innovation in public procurement, because this is a major policy issue for the European Commission and in general for the public sector, to ensure transparency and wider access, which is not really the case. At this moment, public sector is pretty much an elitist affair. We believe in Hermix. We believe it's a relevant topic. It's an important social and economic need. It's innovative, and we have a validated product which is working. So we trust that, as Hermes was the Greek god of commerce, we trust that Hermix will transform the public sector procurement for young people and researchers in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A couple of questions. As always, we have a jury member question. What was your biggest challenge in building the app? Now, you mentioned that data cleaning, data hygiene was one of them, but how much time was invested in this versus analytics? Where was the pain point, if you like?
Should I take it? So there are these two parts. One is in data engineering and cleanup, and the second is in understanding and analytics and creating the know-how and correlations. I would say it's half-half. We spent, I think, the first 3 months we just cleaned up data. We did not start to build the interface. We just worked on data. And not the import, but the associations. Because you have really serious issues on how do you know that IBM Ireland is the same company as International Business Machines Corporation? There is nothing common in these two words. But we have a series of techniques that we use. First of all, we find typos with the distance between words, for instance. You take two words, you measure the distance with some algorithms, and that gives you approximate matches. But then also we use graphs, like we have a number of characteristics of each entity, organization, and in the future also for opportunities, like address, email, web address, web domain. And we see, and we create a score saying the distance between this organization from TED and this organization from FTS is 75. This is a probable match.
And how much of that is automated, and how much of that is sort of manpower and scanning?
We're just a small group of people, so basically most of it is automated. It starts with the loading process that happens automatically every night. After that, there's a series of procedures that run over the data, preparing it to be shipped to live. It usually takes around 2 to 3 hours.
But there it's not 100% automated.
Yeah,
it's like 90%. So every night this job works automatically, but there are some approximations where we did not have the courage to let them go automatically. Like these matches, is IBM the same as IB? Well, not really. Yeah. So that we look at it manually.
So there's a human in the mix. Then, you know, they have so many matches. How can the user filter those to what best suits them? And in particular, this is for young people. Is there anything that tailors an opportunity specifically to younger people? And is there an age range there?
It's a bit democratic. I think it's not the age or the gender that is important, but rather the occupation. And until now, we mostly focused on procurement. So this is clearly targeted at young entrepreneurs and startups. They have this disadvantage compared to the big players. So this will level a little bit the field, the same as Airbnb and Booking level the field between hotels. We trust that the newcomers, the young players, will be able to level the field as well. In the future, we started already to clean up 2 years of Cordis, for instance, from the Open Data Portal. It is a bit slow, we still have to work, but there we also want to reach to researchers, because Cordis is research mostly, and the participant portal. So, so I think the occupation is mostly more relevant than I would say age.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and best of luck. Thank you, Team Hermix, ladies and gentlemen. And our final finalists for this category, we're going to hear now about YouthPOP. So let's check out their video.
Hello everyone, we are YouthPOP team and this is our Oriented to Young People YouthPOP platform. Are you looking to upgrade your skills? Are you looking about trends in job sectors? Is relocation for your new job necessary? Are you a young entrepreneur and you are looking for the probability of your success in open contracts? YouthPOP project combines linked open data with machine learning technology to develop a new tool that empowers young job seekers who are looking for trends about skills or about job sector, and young entrepreneurs who are looking to maximize its success to public procurement contracts. If you are looking for potential new clients, new partners or potential competitors, YouthPOP will simplify the access for you. Our team consists of Konstantinos Marangakis, undergraduate student at Technical University, Sofia Lusa, architect engineer, and Michael Marangakis, electrical and computing engineer. YouthPOP plans to be one of the indispensable EU platforms focused on young people.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. EU authorities spend more than 1.9 trillion euros every year in sectors mainly such as construction. However, young people face many challenges trying to find reliable info about open contracts or about markets, since this info is scattered to each contractor's website or hidden into big data. Additionally to that, young people, the lack of connection between young people keeps them away from valuable shared knowledge. As a solution, allow us to present YouthPOP platform, which aims to simplify access to info, make partnership easier, allow networking, and of course, maximize the success in bids. To achieve that, about 3 million contract award lines, 2,000 skills, and 20,000 occupations are combined in order to feed YouthPOP components that we will see. But who are the YouthPOP users? Marina is 24 years old. She's an architect engineer. She currently she owns a small medium enterprise and she's visually impaired. Paul is 25 years old. He's a civil engineer and he's currently looking to upgrade his skills. Both of them are interested in countries working or relocating in countries like Germany, France, and Belgium. Both of them are interested in offering engineering services. Marina and Paul can check the trends for the main CPVs, for the most popular contractors, for the most popular bidders, for types of contracts, and of course for contractors' activity per country. The visualization method is the same. For example, at CPV case, the user can zoom and see the total number of contracts per CPV. Users can also search for a country. Keeping the most popular CPVs, we are going to connect them with the skills, the occupations, and the degrees. Again, Paul chooses his favorite CPV. Starting with this CPV as root node, we introduce keywords based on CPV titles. If Paul chooses one of these keywords, then the skills from EcoASPI are coming, and of course the corresponding occupations. These last nodes are linkable to suggested degrees from Europass platform. In order to estimate the success probability, we're going to use contract award notices and we're going to train a probabilistic Bayesian network. After that, we pass each open contract through this trained network and we receive at its output the success probability per specific user, for this specific user per open contract. Let's see that live. We list one open, at that table, we list one open contract per line. This list is updated daily and it's coming for the countries that the user has already chosen, which means Germany, France, and Belgium. Marina can see the success probability as a percentage and she has also the ability to save the contract to calendar in order to bid in the future. At potential partners or competitors, Marina can see the company of the name, which is partner or competitor for each contract CPV. She has also the ability to hear alternatively the name and she will be redirected to business page of ConPop social network.
What is ConPop? YouthPOP presents a popular to young people social network named as ConPop. ConPop is a fully functional social network where young people can connect to each other through invitations that can be accepted or rejected. ConPop is focused exclusively on public procurement issues. The users can upload and share contracts info, they can search for partners or advisors, they can network and collaborate, share a contracting community, and they can chat through synchronous or asynchronous ways. Also, the users can create their own business page where they can present their company. They can upload videos, share an event like a datathon, create an open poll, and publish it. Benefits of the social network are professional and social, for example, in common bid notices, and personal through online meetings. Since in many contracts relocation is necessary, we present basic info about income parameters and quality parameters for the countries that the user follows. We all understand how important it is for young people to have the basic info about the countries, the quality of life of the countries that they plan to relocate.
For future work, we plan to enable automatic translation of each open contracts info in young users' native language. We plan to provide the ability to export reports focused on youth And we will develop a chatbot powered by artificial intelligence, which will guide young people to bid in existing e-procurement platforms. Of course, we're going to add a job-seeking feature which will connect the job ads, the CPV, and the employee skills as we saw through ESCO API. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And of course, there are the questions. Now, we do have a question again from the jury member. How do you measure the feature potential of success in the contract? What's the metrics for that?
The network that we have trained is a Bayesian network, and it consists of nodes. The first node is type of contract. The second node is the value of contract. The third node is does the authority country is identical to user country, which is a very important node. And the final one is, the fourth one is if the company is an SME company or non-SME company. So we pass each open contract with its parameters through this network, which is trained based on the data, and the exit actually is the probability of success in percentage.
We've got another question asking, could you clarify what tools you're using for cleaning data? This question of cleaning data has come up with so many of our finalists.
Yeah, excellent. I guess both of the questions are excellent. First of all, we cleaned the data by removing duplicate contracts. Also, we removed contracts with missing info. And we did it through data processing, especially using Perl programming language, and of course, opening, cleaning mainly the CSV files, the historical data.
And then finally, how can people access the app, have a look at a demo? Can you direct them to where they can do that?
Tell me again, please, sorry.
How can people access it? Where can they see a demo? Online?
Of course, it's online.
That's
Our site, both of the sites are online and fully functional, and we invite people to see them.
There we go. We've got the slides up there. So for those asking online how they can access, the details are there. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
And so that brings us to the end of our third challenge. Only one more challenge area to go. That's Europe Fit for a Digital Age. But we're going to take a short break before we come to that and our remaining finalists. and final challenge category, and that is a Europe fit for a digital age. There's been an underlying theme through much of the use of this data. You need digital to do any of it, but this is really focusing in on what that particular challenge means. And to tell us about that and guide us through what sort of hoops our teams had to jump through to get to the final, I'm pleased to introduce, joining us here today, Thomas Gottron, European Central Bank Principal Data Science Expert. So he knows all about it. Thank you, Thomas. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the welcome. Thanks for the invitation to this EUDatathon. And also thanks for giving me this opportunity to make this introduction for our fourth challenge on a Europe fit for the digital age. Now, Europe fit for the digital age, that's actually quite some objective, quite some goal to achieve. And the interesting part about it is that it is also a goal that basically remains valid also over time, because we are already living in a digital age. It's nothing that's going to come. It's already here. And it is part of our everyday life, of our world, that we see it's evolving and it's changing. So we constantly need to adapt to this changing world, and we need to make sure that Europe keeps fit for a digital age. Now, having said this, the question, of course, also here for the competition is, what should a solution actually include in this always evolving world to help us achieve this goal? Now, from my point of view, I think that there are three ingredients that we need for this challenge. The first one is data. Okay, that doesn't come as a surprise. We're at the Datathon. And you may also say, luckily, we're living in a world that is very rich in data. We have data everywhere. We have a beautiful EU data portal that was the basis for our competition here. So maybe let me specify the data part a bit more. We need data that is of good quality. We have already heard with other teams that data quality was actually one of the main challenges they have addressed. And that is something that I would also point out, that we have several data sources in the portal where really already a lot of effort is put into data quality. That is something I can personally report to you from our work at the European Central Bank, for example. There are lots of colleagues that put a lot of effort in getting data quality right. And that is valid also for other data sources. So there is a lot of effort to make sure that the data is complete, it's consistent, and it is having a good coverage, it is available. And this part of having a good data quality is essential for whatever you're going to make out of it. Because then whatever conclusion you're drawing from the data, it is living off the quality data that you have on the input side. And that takes us to the second ingredient that I would see essential for this challenge, and that are creative apps. I mean, we have seen already several. And, well, as I said, data quality is, of course, important, but we have to make use of this data. That means we have to find or develop some smart apps that are able to transform the data into information and into knowledge. And for me, this part of developing an app is also a very creative process. And that's what we're seeing here. We see people that are innovative, that come up with new ideas, new ways of looking at the data, how to visualize it, combine it, analyze it in a way that probably no one of us has even thought of before. And in this way, also solving new challenges, solving new problems. And this part of solving the challenges, that is actually the third ingredient that I would expect from a solution here, and that is to solve a challenge that we have in our society. Because the task in this first challenge is a Europe fit for the digital age. So it means it's not just about us maybe as data providers or you as the ones that are developing the apps, but we have to build something that actually serves the citizens. And to serve the citizens can come in very different forms. It can simply be to visualize the data and provide the people with the means to understand what is behind it. It can be the analytics that give you additional insights and reveal information that maybe was not obvious to find. Or it can solve a task, a concrete problem that the citizens face. And in this way, a good solution to this challenge really adds value for our society. So if I would have to summarize what are my expectations of the solutions that we're going to see now, is, well, we need high quality data that is feeding into a smart app and that is solving a concrete challenge for our society. Now, from all that I have seen, and that I have read, that I have heard about the finalists that we are having in this competition, I think they're going to live up to these standards. Because I have seen that they are really looking into exactly these issues, and I'm very curious to learn also from them and to be inspired also for our own work. And with this, I'm very, very pleased to leave the stage now to the finalists and the last 3 teams that we have in our challenge for a Europe fit for the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. You've spoken very nicely about what is indeed the digital age that we are already living through. William Gibson said, the future is already here, it's just not very evenly distributed. So, with that in mind, I'm going to call on our first team to give us a little teaser via video. The first, we're actually going to have a look at all the 3 teams. We've got 100 Europeans, Lobium, and UNIOR NLP. But our first team is 100 Europeans, so let's have a look at their video.
Hi, my name is Dennis. I'm a financial analyst and I'm located in Athens.
And I am Dimitris, a PhD candidate based in Amsterdam.
We love communicating complex problems in simple words. But doing that made us realize that there are many big challenges that we have no idea about. For example, we know climate change is a problem, but how exactly we will be affected by it? Or how big obesity in Europe really is? Facts about big challenges are hidden in long, tedious reports and graphs that are hard to relate to. But these problems are personal and are going to affect all of us and those we love about. We need a better way to communicate big challenges, one that inspires and motivates people to act. We aim to achieve this by 100 Europeans, a concept where Europe is reimagined as a community of just 100 people. Can we, 2 friends living 3,000 kilometers apart, offer the answer to the lack of proper data understanding about big challenges? Almost. So, have you ever wondered, why should we care about climate change? I mean, what exactly is going to happen to us? Are we going to wake up one day and be extinct? Or is our planet going to suddenly explode? If you don't have a clear answer to these questions, then, yeah, I can't blame you. Communication about big challenges like climate change is being done in very vague, very scientific ways. We talk about global mean surface temperature in terms of Celsius. We talk about air pollution particles in terms of micrograms. But frankly, I have no clue what any of this means. How is it going to affect me and my friends and those who I care about? And we found that this is not just a problem about climate change, but about other challenges that we face as a collective. Data and insights are scattered into thousands, millions of tables and data sets and parameters. And it's very hard to find that one insight that is going to motivate me to act against something that happens. And so we did that. We looked into all those data sets. We looked into data sets about the environment, health, energy, and so on. And we asked ourselves the question, okay, how can we make it that we can communicate these challenges in a way that people are motivated by it? And so we came up with this very simple concept, right? Let's just reimagine Europe as a community of 100 people. Where would they live? We like to talk about the EU as just this full collective, our common values, our common union. But the reality is that out of those 100 people, only 2 of them would live in Belgium, while more than 20 of them would live in Germany. And yet, despite all of those differences in geography, economy, or power imbalances in the EU, there is one simple insight, one fact that we all care about. If Europe was 100 people, then 78 of them would be affected severely by climate-related disasters if we don't act upon it. And we believe that this is a better way of communicating these challenges, one that speaks to our heart, that makes us think about our family, makes us think about the impact that these challenges have on us. But how can we make it so that this message is disseminated to the rest of the world? Well, this is the year of the youth, right? Well, youth today, we consume content online via one way, endless scrolling. We don't spend time reading blog posts or stories or news articles. We scroll, we give our attention for 10 seconds, and then we scroll away. And this is it. That's all the attention you get from the youth. So we used this concept to educate the youth, to educate us about these big challenges. All you have to do in our website is scroll, just like TikTok or Twitter or Instagram. And as you can see, already from scrolling, you learn that 58 of 100 people in Europe would be obese, while 12 of them would be smokers. And this gives you a good perspective of which problem is the biggest one. And as you can see, it goes beyond just dots moving around. We like dots, we love them, but there is the information that we need there. There is the temperature, the average temperature there. But it comes later, and it doesn't have to be shown for you to care about those things. So it doesn't matter if you spend 10 minutes or 10 seconds on the website. You still learn something. And this is where our innovation stands in. It is a new communication paradigm for these big challenges, one that speaks more about people and less about degrees or particles or things that we cannot relate to. And this is just the beginning. We have big ambitions for 100 Europeans. We want to make it the #1 source for educational content on these big challenges. And there are 4 main pillars that will lead us there. First of all, it has to be available in all European languages, accessible by everyone. And right now, our main call to action is available in those 9 languages you see on the slide, but we don't think that's enough. We need to cover more. We're doing a mobile-first approach. We spent hours trying to figure out how to make it good on mobile. And we tried it, but we please invite you to also try it and tell us what we can do better on mobile. It needs to be easy to share. And here I don't mean just sharing a link that people have to actually click and go. I mean sharing content that youth today consumes, content that they can immediately digest on the social media platforms that we use. And then finally, we aim to add call to action from organizations, from people who deal with those problems, so that if someone wants to learn more or even contribute to solving those, they can go to their website and learn more. Now let me close by saying that you don't have to believe what we say here today. You can try it yourself. On the website, we build a quiz. It's 10 simple questions about big challenges. It takes 3 minutes to complete. And you can test your own knowledge about these things, right? And so we did it. We did the quiz, and we sent it to 130 people around Europe to also do the quiz. And, well, you can already see it, but the results are quite surprising. We are not aware of our continent's biggest issues, but hopefully there's still time to change that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. A couple of questions. First of all, would you like to extend your app to more topics? How would you do that? How would you prioritize those topics?
This is our priority. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is our priority, content, to add more. And we have defined some main topics that we want to deal with. And very soon, we are adding stories on gender inequality and on poverty. So you can see, you can get the idea of what's coming.
Now, I have a question asking how could other organizations use your tool to provide their information? You mentioned there a call to action is part of the plan. Explain to us a little bit more about how that will or is planned to work.
Yeah. Well, basically, imagine that you are scrolling endlessly on our website, right? Hopefully not for too long. And then at the end of it, while you get the full information and you know what's up, what we're going to show is a few organizations, and they are going to have their input there. So they will say what they need. So for example, we need volunteers to clean a beach, or we need something like someone to host a webinar, or things like that. Call to actions from organizations around Europe that deal with those
those problems. And yeah, that's how we plan to do it.
And then finally, what was the most challenging aspect that you found from concept to standing here today?
The insight about 78 people being affected by climate-related disasters, which I'm going to test you on, you need to remember that, it took us hours to find. It wasn't in any of those data sets when we had to look into reports and papers to get that simple insight. So data digging was the biggest one.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck. So we're going on to our second team here in Challenge 4, and that is Team Lobium Gavagai. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Let's have a look at the video first before we get to see the presentation.
Hi, I'm Tim, and together with Gavagai, we've come from all corners of Europe to solve an important and urgent problem. The EU is amazing at open data, but can be hard for citizens to follow. Journalists have little time to write about legislative proposals. How can we quickly turn relevant data into intelligence? We must create transparency so that democracy doesn't die in darkness. Lobium Gavagai connects to EU datasets and creates NLP models for analysis. We turn policy debates into visuals, showing stakeholder positions, coalition in favor and against, hidden issues, and where big policy battles lie. Journalists can quickly find new investigation leads, see who's lobbying for who and what, and publish better informed stories faster to serve the public interest. We're on a mission to unlock open data, help solve use cases, reach users, and train new NLP models. Connecting data fosters innovation and transparency. We make data work harder for public affairs.
Welcome. Our app is a tool that transforms EU open data, open text data, into intelligence. It is for investigative journalists so they can publish much more effectively and efficiently and gain significant time in researching. This means scalable gains for transparency and democracy. So what's the problem we're tackling? The far right is on the rise, and they are attacking democratic institutions in many member states, often financed and inflamed by Russian or other disinformation. We all know the horrible consequences. Brexit, for example. And in my own company, our Ukrainian team members are not able to work because they have to shelter against bombs in bunkers. So what is the fight about then? What is this fight about? It's informing EU citizens about the EU, about creating transparency, and about helping them understand and gain insights in the democratic legislative process. The EU is already making a lot of inroads, this datathon being a prime example. But there are others. There's an EU action plan for democracy, there's an EU action plan for media, there are codes of practice, and there is a disinformation observatory. But more must be done. EU citizens must be well informed about the EU lawmaking, but as we see here on the slide, the trends are going the wrong way. They are less and less informed, they say. So to inform them, scalably and also with high impact, we need to better equip investigative journalists to do so. The wealth of information and the raw data offered by the EU and by others is often too much to process for EU citizens, but journalists could do that. Couldn't they, Dr. Olsen?
Yes, they sure can. So EU produces data and does an amazing job of making it openly available, but does anyone pick it up with the purpose of widely disseminate it? With the help of digital technologies such as machine learning and natural language processing, Lobium and Gavagai transform the data to fit our special use case. We use natural language processing to identify what is talked about in the text, as well as how it is talked about, and thus transforming numerous unstructured texts into a quantitative representation that we can work with. Our use case is carefully and deliberately chosen so as to draw from our extensive domain knowledge in public policy and expertise in natural language processing to target a very specific and important role in any democracy, that is the investigative journalists.
Yeah, so let's talk about the investigative journalists. We need to get them ready for the digital age, and we are committed to help them. The public turns to them to obtain information that affects their lives and helps them understand the EU legislative process. But the EU Council and others have researched recently that their pool is shrinking, and also their times and resources to investigate and to report are very limited. While at the same time we see that the EU produces around 1,500 legislative proposals each year. Now, imagine going through hundreds of position papers and draft legislative text for just one of those proposals, and to understand the positions and the issues of stakeholders. That would take more than 150 hours for each dossier. We interviewed investigative journalists, and they said that transforming this kind of data into intelligence would give them significant benefits. First of all, more leads to interview and to research, better insights into what is going on behind the scenes of legislation, and also quicker reporting, getting the message out. So Lobium Gavagai are now trying to reduce the research time from this 150 hours to around 15 hours, I would say, for one dossier. And here we can see a little demo. For example, we consume data from the European Have Your Say database. And this is an example of the new genomic techniques directive that is being proposed. There's around 70,000 responses from stakeholders, citizens, and we pull that into into the environment where the journalist can see, pull in the data and start, for example, analyzing a new project, or explore the project that he or she has developed on the new genomic techniques, for example. And when we start exploring the data, the NLP model actually starts searching for, in the top row, all the issues that are being talked about by these stakeholders. And we see here a couple like sustainability and biodiversity. And then the stakeholders are, you can see the stakeholders seeing in favor and against. Of course, you can click through to the EU Transparency Register so you can look up more details about the stakeholder. We also look at better visualization, as you can see here. For example, I want to explore the Payment Service Directive and look at who is talking about consumer protection and who is in favor and or against consumer protection. And if we click, for example, on who is in favor, we see the group of organizations that have really spoken out about it and written about it. For example, Apple and BEUC and the European Banking Federation, which gives you a picture of the stakeholders that are going to influence this Payment Service Directive in this example. So that was a little demo, and that gives journalists a better overview of the capabilities and the application. And they can easily produce information that serves as an input of the story they are writing. So, Frederick, what do we have in plan for, and where are we going from here?
Yes, Tim, I think that's the question. Where do we go from here? I think there are endless opportunities. This datathon and the Lobium Gavagai application, I think, is the start of a potentially amazing journey. So in the future, we envision to use new data sources from, for instance, national jurisdictions, not just the EU as a whole. We plan to see new users, such as EU Commission officials, and we also will find new opportunities for digital technologies to mature, to be developed and improved with respect to these particular use cases. And we also think that the findings from our particular use case can be fed back to publishers of open data and provide them with an opportunity to better understand the uptake of it and to work together with their audience. And in the long run, this will make our fellow EU citizens more informed, we believe. The member states will be more transparent, and the EU will be more fit for the digital age. Thank you so much for listening.
Well, thank you indeed as well. Now, we've got a few questions coming in. Stephen Massey says, great idea. What could the EU do to make this data even more accessible?
The data more accessible.
Yeah.
I think what we're trying to do is, I think this is also a request to the European institutions to better expose the data and be complete in all the data for all the dossiers that we're trying to analyze. And I think then there's a task for us to really clean the data and to read it in, and then also improve the NLP models that we've developed. Because it's very hard to actually, for machines to teach how to read human written text. So that is something that we're working on as well.
Now, we're seeing a question here from our jury member asking, would the app be limited only to investigative journalists? There's also a question about whether it's only going to be paid option access, or would there be possibilities for free access?
Yeah, so our business model is that we're going to provide it for free to investigative journalists. That is our target group, and that is the story that we've told here. But the paid option, of course, there are other stakeholder groups and other groups that are going to be interested in it. For example, the private sector. They will be interested to analyze these dossiers as well, and that's going to be the paid option. So that is how we are going to finance the option for free for investigative journalists, because that is part of our values and our mission.
Well, that was the follow-up question, which other stakeholders would be interested. A final question then. How can we check the accuracy of the report if it has some bias from the developers?
Maybe this is a question for Frederick in terms of bias of machine learning models and how we exclude or try to exclude bias. Frederick? Are you still
Yes,
here?
that's a really good question, and I'd like to dig deep into it. And Tim, you know me, I can talk at length about these issues. So I'm trying to keep it short. I think we have to work very closely with users to make sure that they understand and trust the application. And in that sense, we'll also interview them to see what they need to actually confirm or disconfirm any bias beliefs that they might have in the application. So I think transparency and close relationships with our users is the key here.
For our dual presenters here online and in person. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
And we have now come to the final team in the final category. So it's never easy to go first, but equally it's not easy to go last either. But we're going to take a look at the video before we call up and hear from UNIOR NLP.
Hi, I'm Maria and I am a researcher.
Hi, I'm Gennaro and I'm a PhD student.
Hi, I'm Giulia. I'm a PhD student in computational linguistics.
Hi, I'm Ioana Monti and I'm the Chief Scientist of the UNIOR NLP Research Group.
European cultural heritage has a lot to offer, and we want to help people to find out more about it. Our group wants people to access information easily through our real-time chatbot Maggie. With Maggie, Mary and Gennaro can explore the city they love. They can grab their phones and ask Maggie about their interests. Maggie will make suggestions based on their real preferences. All information is geolocated so that they can see what sites of interest are around them while traveling. Let's travel together across Europe with Maggie.
Hi everyone. First of all, we would like to thank the jury for having chosen us as finalists, and we are very excited about presenting across Europe with Maggie. Have you ever felt lost or disoriented when approaching the European cultural heritage with the feeling of losing or missing amazing masterpiece pieces of art? That's because European cultural heritage is so rich, and information about artworks such as paintings, sculptures, and monuments is very sparse and heterogeneous. Europe is multicultural and multilingual in its nature, and our mission is to help people to access European cultural heritage easily in their mother tongues, boosting their curiosity and easing the interaction with cultural contents in real time
as it is our inheritance. As inheritance, it has to be preserved, but also valorized. In order to accomplish our mission, our challenges are data, natural language processing, and user interaction. Concerning data, the main challenges are related to models and sources diversity and heterogeneity. That means that we have to focus on the harmonization, aggregation of data, models, and sources. Another big challenge, of course, is the processing of natural languages, which are complex and ambiguous. And furthermore, multilingualism is a very big challenge, of course. So all these problems also related with the lack of resources and tools which can ease natural language processing, of course. And we have a final challenge, which is a very big challenge as well. So user interaction, as users are different, they have different information needs, and so the information that has to be delivered is, let's say, the amount of information should be different and also delivered in different ways. We have been struggling and coping with these challenges since 10 years, I would say. Yes, 10 years. And from the first experiments on cross-lingual information retrieval, there was a work with Maria Pia and myself. And throughout these decades, in 2016, our research group, which is an academic research group, was set up, and we ran several projects. So in 2019, the SMAC project, Semantic Multilingual Access to Cultural Heritage. In 2020, the Archaeotherm project. And in 2021, the NEAT project, Named Entities in Archaeological Texts, which, by the way, won the European Tech Challenge. And so we arrived to 2022. So all these researchers converged on Maggie, our real-time chatbot that aggregates open data with the aim to provide a user-centric approach to multilingual cultural heritage access based on artificial intelligence and natural language processing. So where do we start from? Our data are the Europeana data. Europeana is the European web portal containing digitized cultural heritage collections of more than 3,000 institutions across Europe, and then the geodataset from data.europa.eu concerning the geolocation of cultural institutions. And now it's time for Maria Pia to continue the presentation.
Okay, thank you. So let's see a quick demo and ask Maggie what we can see around us. Okay, so as Johannes said, Maggie is a real-time chatbot, and users can interact with her through natural language questions. In this demo, our user, Gennaro, asks Maggie what he can visit while he is in Brussels. And Maggie answers according to Gennaro's preferences, like paintings, as in this case. Maggie provides direct links to original data so that Gennaro can explore directly the content, and she can also aggregate data so that we can see cultural content according to some criteria. So, how Maggie works? We have a three-step procedure. The first step is about data collection, but actually is also about data aggregation, as we use several sources of open data. We mainly use Europeana data, which aggregates cultural content from European institutions, and these are multilingual data. Then we have a second step that is the question answering module, and this is the step in which we teach Maggie to understand natural language questions and to answer natural language answers, sorry. And then we finally have the last step that is about data visualization, according to users' preferences and also according to geolocated information. So we think about Maggie as a user-centric app. And actually the intended target of Maggie is very diverse, from students to experts, and in general, anyone that needs a virtual assistant while traveling in Europe. We also think that cultural heritage institutions can benefit from having their content available on Maggie. So in this sense, we can say that Maggie actually can have a real impact on our lives. Which are the features? Maggie has several features. She offers several types of access, and it allows to have users' preferences and can display content according to these preferences and also according to users' background knowledge. So, what's next? Currently, Maggie is an early stage prototype, which means that it works on a subset of data, but actually it works, and we are very happy for this. Of course, we aim at further develop the app and also to have a testing phase with the real users so that they can provide the feedback on the app. And also, we want to improve the interaction module because now Maggie works on Italian and English only, but we want to include other languages so that all the people around Europe can interact with Maggie in their mother tongues. And of course, we also want to start new collaborations and partnership to make Maggie available on the market. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Maggie. Where can we, at the moment, at this stage, access the app? Where would we be able to see it?
Okay, for now it's really a prototype, so we tested it, but actually it's not available at the moment. So sorry for this, but it will be very soon.
Will Maggie also show additional information?
Yes, actually, because we use linked open data, which means that we can connect our data, the data from Europeana, with other sources of data.
And how could users try Maggie if they are already in a museum? What might be the added benefits?
Okay, actually they can use Maggie while visiting a museum, also because we have some partnership with some cultural institutions, and we also want to test the app with them, so with these cultural institutions, real scenarios.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you as well, is which you said your last point on the last slide was collaboration. Who do you want to collaborate with? If people are watching, who should get in touch?
Yeah, okay, so certainly with, furthermore with Europeana, of course, and also cultural institutions, so maybe local cultural institutions. And,
yeah, and also probably we need some partnership with private companies because we are a research group, so we are not ready for the market.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay,
well
thank
done.
you.
I know it's, as I said, not easy to be the last team up, but very well done to UNIOR and LP. So, you've seen all our finalists, ladies and gentlemen. They have all given you a video, a presentation, explained what it is that they are setting out to achieve, the problems they're trying to solve within each of those 4 key challenges. So you've heard from a green Europe, we've heard about a digital Europe, we've heard about youth procurement, and we've heard about transparency, all things that are very important and all things you should bear in mind as you have a look at the public vote, because we are opening that at the moment. You can go to the QR code on your screen, you can scan that and vote for the team that you thought was best. If you're watching along online. And Those public votes will be collated together and we will be announcing the winner in due course. It's worth remembering, of course, that the jury is also in real time deliberating on the winners for each of the four categories, so the first, second and third place in each of those categories. But everyone involved today is already a winner. The overall prize fund is more than €200,000. So no one who's been presenting here today is going away empty-handed. But of course, it's always an honour to win the hearts and minds of those following online as well as the jury. So make sure you at home vote and have your say. We're going to take a break to allow the final jury deliberation. And when we come back, we will be revealing the all-important winners. So grab a coffee, but don't go far. We want to grab our seats. We're almost ready to begin the awards section. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we have reached the most exciting part of our day today at the EUDatathon 2022. We've had 12 finalists, 4 categories, plus the Public Choice Award, and many of you from around Europe voting in that. And we're now going to get to the point of handing out some fabulous awards as well as the prize checks. Before we do that, we have a couple of great keynote speakers just to whet your appetite a little bit more. And so I'm pleased to hand over the floor now to Stefaan Verhulst, who is from the GovLab. Stefaan, lovely to see you. Give us your thoughts on today's happenings.
Great. Thanks so much for having me. Delighted to be here. Congratulations to all the contributions, and as already said on several occasions, these are all tremendous contributions that show the potential of open data. And I will briefly make 2 big observations based upon today, but also other kind of work, and then reflect on 6 areas moving forward, perhaps because obviously this Datathon is part of a longer and more ambitious exercise on stimulating the use of open data in the long term. And the first observation, which is clear from today, is that if we want to tackle massive societal challenges, such as the transition to a green economy or making procurement more effective and efficient, we really need not only all hands on deck, but we also need all data on deck. And open data has only become more important, especially if we are dealing with challenges that cannot wait to be solved because of the urgency in actually addressing some of those challenges. And so the first observation is that we need more activities in the space around open data, because they can make our effort to deal with those transitions, such as a transition to a green economy or a transition, a digital transition. They can make those transitions more effective and more efficient, because frankly, we have no time to lose. The second observation is that obviously what we have seen today is also a real shift in how we think about open data. In the past, quite often we declared victory by having data available on a portal. Today, we cannot just assume that by making data available, we will create value. And so we need to become more sophisticated. And what we've seen today was that new level of sophistication on how to go about open data. And from my point of view, there are a few areas that I think are specifically important to emphasize, and it also showed the way on how we should think about open data moving forward. The first area is to think in terms of open data in a more intentional way. As I said, just making data open is not good enough anymore. We really need to start thinking about what and how do we want data to be used for. And so calling for those challenges, really thinking about purposes for which we need data and for which we can release data, such as publish with purpose, is really the step forward. Because what we've seen today is massive innovation in how data can be used, and that's really what we all hope to achieve by making data available. The second aspect that we've seen today is that data is not and especially open data, is not just to release data and declare victory. It's really about nurturing collaborations and nurturing the use of the data for societal beneficial ways. And so data collaboration needs to be part and parcel of how we go and think about open data, because that's really how the value is being generated. Most of the examples that we've seen today also identified that it's not just one data set, but it's really multiple data sets that we need to bring to the table, which is another reason why we need to really think in terms of collaboration. Another aspect of the increased sophistication is to also cross geographical boundaries when it comes to open data. It's not, it doesn't make sense to just use data at the local level or data at the national level or even data at the supranational level. We actually need to think in terms of how do we bridge those geographical boundaries as it relates to data, and how do we bring them together in a package and in an offering and an interface that actually provides value to the user. It provides value to the citizen, because they don't think in terms of those kinds of geographical boundaries. They are both part of a locality and part of a quite often a region or a country, and part of a supranational kind of entity as well. And the data is spread across those boundaries as well. And then the last element that I will make, because I'm sensitive to the time and I only have 7 minutes today to give some remarks, and I'm sure everyone is actually eager to hear about who is going to be the winning team. But the last element I really want to reflect on is that it's not just good enough to provide data intelligence. We also have to start thinking about how are we then going to start using the insight generated from the data. Many of the teams that we have seen today provide data intelligence, better insight with regard to a particular kind of topic, but we also cannot stop there. We also have to start thinking about how will that then subsequently be used so that actions and decisions can be improved upon. And so we need to think in terms of an end-to-end kind of data environment, where we not only think about releasing data or only thinking about how do we generate insights from the data, but also how does that translate into action. And I'm really optimistic, looking at all the teams today, that they really also have thought about the user interface, about the actions, the decisions they seek to, or the information they seek to generate, that ultimately will make society a better place, because the decisions will be improved as such. So congratulations to everyone. Congratulations to the organizers for really stepping up the game as it relates to open data. And I think we are moving in the right direction as it relates to making open data more collaborative, but also more sophisticated in how we think about using it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stefaan. Indeed, we're all optimistic here, and everyone, of course, still very anxious to see who's won those prizes. But standing between you and that is one wonderful woman speaker whom I know well will have lots of interesting things to tell you, Renata Avila from the Open Knowledge Foundation. Renata, the floor is yours.
Hi, apologies. I couldn't listen to the presentation, but with this fabulous host, I know that it was maybe even undeserved. I'm thrilled to be here, and I want to start with a thought, because every day when we wake up, we wake up with this news about technology, and the news about technologies keep telling us that the system is broken. That the system is broken, yet another data leak, yet another, breach of trust from big companies against citizens, yet another failure of a state system that is to blame far, far, far away from Europe. And the ideas I want to share today, and I will share a very quick presentation, are ideas oriented to change that narrative. And how are we going to change that narrative? I think that the starting point and the awards that you were granted today, but not only the awards, but all the ideas and all the innovation that this program unleashed, give us giving us the clear message that We are not only imagining a different digital future, we are building it together. And I think that it is very important to walk out this ceremony room today with a very specific idea, that we are going to abandon the narrative of a broken system and that we are going to build a new one. As we have seen in many of the projects that have been awarded today, it is not only data, it's the combination of magical ingredients together with opening the data. Opening the data is a step, but it's not a step that we take alone. We need this virtuous cycle where when data is transformed into knowledge and knowledge is transformed into change. And that transformation doesn't happen just because the data is open. The data needs to be used by people, and citizens play a tremendous role on this. The communities activating these processes, the tools accessible and available to all, and also the alliances that we create with media, that we create with civil society, with universities, and so make all of this possible. And I think that together with, abandoning the narrative, we need to start like building and seeding a possible future. And how are we going to build and seed a possible future? We need to also abandon rules that were like the basic design principles of the digital ecosystem that we are all trapped on today. We need to abandon the broken building that is falling apart, and we have to really abandon the narrative that it is only one system possible. There can be many digital ecosystems coexisting, and it is up to us to stay in the same logic, a logic that is extractive, a logic that is closed, a logic that is not non-generative, or start, as we are doing it today with this challenge, building possibilities, using openness as a transversal design principle to build the digital future that we want. But openness alone is not enough. So I will go very quickly through some principles, and I know that you will be thinking of other principles to add that could be the basis for that digital future. So universal design principles should be like applied. I know that in Europe, constantly, it is like the trend to speak about European values. I want Europe to go one step ahead and embrace universal human rights values. No gardens and jungles, but a universally, equally protected world, equally celebrated world. We need to build upon other knowledge. And of course, open data combined with local knowledge is a power force. It has to be participatory and accessible. And it is not only that it's open, but it is also that we reduce the barriers for other people to take part in this party. And it's not so only like, niche, highly educated people doing these small things, but an effort of everybody. It has to be reproducible. Each and every innovation that I'm seeing today, I wish I can apply it anywhere and everywhere in the world, adapted and crafted in a way that can serve the more, the merrier, basically. The more that we make these innovations scale and adapt to different environments, the more that we will accelerate the changes that we need to see in the world, the more that we will build this ecosystem and abandon slowly a system that is centralized and a system that is closed. Sustainable, of course. I think that goes at the core of all the initiatives, and we cannot think anymore about any tool, any data experiment without thinking of the impact on our lives and on the planet. And sustainability is not only about resources and climate. Sustainability is also reducing the exploitation and recognizing the effort of volunteers participating in our initiatives. Generative, I think that once you start, it expands. The power of innovation by citizens and the power of owning and transforming your governments really reaches out beyond the place you center. It goes far, far, far away. It travels very far. And it has to be rooted in the local. but it has to, by design, to be interoperable. So we connect these little worlds, and it is this network that forms our new digital sphere. And of course, the exponential impact that you all here today are achieving. My last message is hope is a discipline. And as the examples show today, we are better prepared than ever together to imagine and build a better digital future. Starting with open data, it will take us very, very, very far. Thank you on behalf of the Open Knowledge Foundation. And yeah, let's celebrate. Let's get the party started as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Renata. Indeed, it is just about time to get this party started. And I'm going to welcome back on stage Hilde Hardeman, Director General for the Publications Office of the European Union, the driving force behind today's event. Hilde, are you excited at what we're about to see?
Absolutely. And parties, when there's parties, count on me, I'll be there.
Great. Okay, well, I won't delay anyone anymore. As you know, if you've been watching all day, our first challenge was a European Green Deal.
I think I need to go there, actually.
Play the video. There you go. A European Green Deal. We had three great teams. We had Cruz, we had Greenland Dashboard for Cities, and we had MyBioEUBuddy. Hilde, over to you to do the honors with the envelope.
Thank you. Well, challenge number 1. The third prize goes to Greenland Dashboard for Cities. So, and Andrea. Lorenzo, Andrea, for you, well done.
Thank you. Congratulations, gentlemen, because everyone here has already made it past a huge hurdle to get to the final. Who was in second place, Hilde?
Well, in the second place, we have Tamara Biljana and Nicola of MyBioEUBuddy. MyBioEU. Congratulations. Wonderful. Super happy. Thank you.
Very well done. And so, let's hear it and make it official.
And then the first prize on the first challenge goes to Cruz, the renewable team with Marina, Peter and Vinko. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Well done. This you can take home and put it on your mantelpiece. Right. And the check.
And who's going to say a few words?
Well, I guess I'll say a few words. Well, it was quite a journey, and it was really challenging. Does it work?
I don't think so.
Neither do I. Can I get the...
Colleagues up there, please help. Long live Jennifer.
Well, frankly, this award came as a surprise to us, but it will encourage us to do improvements in our development process. It was a great journey, and it was very challenging, and during this journey we learned a lot, and it was a great opportunity to participate on these events, and thank you all for the patience.
Very well done.
Jennifer, if I may, just one word. I really still want to say congratulations to all of you on this challenge, to Lorenzo Andrea, Tamara, Biljana, Nicola, Marina, Petar, Darko, and Vinko. Well done.
Absolutely. All of these teams have really involved lots of teamwork. It's a real testament to how well people are working collaboratively. So let's have a look then at the video to announce the transparency in public procurement. Once again, we had 3 finalist teams. We can see there we had Emma, we had Free Software Foundation Europe, and the AI team. So, Hilde, the honor is yours.
Thank you. Here we go. So, the third prize goes to Emma. And Emma is Mark, and Mark is Emma.
And the cat.
Well done. Then we have the second prize in Challenge 2, and that goes to the AI team. Christian, Thomas, and Stefaan. Well done. Great.
Well done, gentlemen. Great work.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's no longer a surprise, but...
Exactly. So, first prize in the challenge, Transparency in Public Procurement, goes to the Free Software Foundation Europe. My God, that sounds official. To Linus and Alexander. And voila. You also get something to put in your office, your home. And of course, a big check too. Please.
Alex, Linus, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot. And I think we want to continue with this cool project, and hope you all contribute and help us to make this a very cool tool for the next years. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
So Mark, Christian, Thomas, Linus, and brilliant. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. That's 2 categories down. We're on to the special category for this year, which was about youth, because it is the European Year of Youth. So let's have a quick bumper video to remind us. It was indeed about the procurement opportunities for young people in public procurement, because it is a huge area. And once again, 3 teams there that we saw taking part. We had HasPopEU, Hermix, and YouthPOP. So, Hilde.
Thank you. Here we go. Well, I with HasPopEU, Ayana and Ion. Please come on stage. Congratulations, well done. Great job. The prize is to another pop, YouthPOP, Michael and Sofia. Congratulations, wonderful.
And so the top spot inevitably goes to
Hermix, Stefaan, Bogdan, and Konstantin. Congratulations. Who will take the prize?
And I guess that means you get the microphone.
Exactly.
Thank you. Let's hear from Stefaan.
Thank you. It's really an honor, and we appreciate it's nice recognition of our effort and results. And I would really like to thank the Publications Office and the Commission for encouraging us and we will continue to use open data for our products. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So again, Ayana, Ion, Michael, Sofia, Stefan, Bogdan, and Konstantin, congratulations to all of you. And thank you for the opportunities for use in public procurement.
Absolutely well done. And we are at the final challenge, which is the one that I feel sort of underpins many of the others, and that is Europe Fit for the Digital Age. And let's have another quick reminder about Challenge 4. And since it's digital, you can see there the hashtag. Don't forget to share all the winners online. We want to see everybody sharing them on social media. But we've got, as always, these 3 amazing teams, 100 Europeans, Lobium, Gavagai, and UNIOR NLP. Hilde, reveal who came third.
Thank you. Well, I start with Maria Pia, Renata, Julia, and Johanna from Junior NLP. Congratulations. Very well done. Thank you. Great. Thank you.
And in second place, reveal us.
In second place come 100 Europeans who are actually 2, Dimitrios and Denis. Congratulations. So you're each 50 of them. Great.
Very well done. And so let's make it official then. The winning team is...
The winning team on the Europe Fit for the Digital Age is Lobium Gavagai with Tim, Nina, Ivan, Ania, Kun and Friedrich.
Well,
very well done. That's literally a handful, I would say.
And who would like to say a few words? Your head.
I just wanted to thank the Publication Office and the EU institutions for this initiative, and thank all the people from Gavagai who are in Stockholm and in Sweden, and in Anton and Roman who are in Ukraine, and Ruveda who is in Italy, and Olivia who is in Spain, and everybody else who I forgot. Thank you very much, and we're going to work on this very hard for the future. Thank you.
Well done.
Congratulations. So again, Maria Pia, Denaro, Julia, Joanna, Dimitrios, Denis, Tim, Nina, Ivan, Nila, Kun and Frederick. Glorious. Well done. Thank you.
Well, Hilde, we've done all the categories, so everyone has received their position for the jury votes. We're now going to go on to the Public Choice Award. Let's have a little jingle to get us in the mood. Okay. Well, I think we can see that. Okay, so this one is slightly different. The others were chosen by jury, but we've had the public has been voting for this afternoon for over an hour, I think, almost, that people were voting. And we have tallied up all those votes. So all the teams, whether you came first, second or third, you should be on your guns, because any one of you could win this one. And I'll hand over to Hilde now.
Thank you. Well, we will be discovering it together in a moment. But I know that more than 800 people have taken the time this afternoon to vote for you, for your work. So let's see. The Public Choice Award goes to Cruz Renewable Team, Darko, Marina, Petar and Vinko. Wow!
Very well done indeed.
Great.
And we should admit, it was quite tight, but in the end, after all the votes were counted, you came out very far on top. So who would like to say a few words? There you go.
Yeah, we're definitely pleasantly surprised. So it was the first time was a surprise, but right now I have to say we're a bit of a loss for words. So definitely congratulations to all the members of my team first and foremost. It was definitely an invaluable experience for all of us. We definitely enjoyed the entire journey, and we're very, very happy to be here. You know, in the final center, win these 2 awards. It's almost unreal, definitely, and definitely thank you to everybody else who also contributed and organized this event, and so hopefully this is not the end.
And what would you say to any other teams watching or people who are maybe thinking of getting involved in the EU Datathon?
Definitely people, an invaluable experience. As you can see, we're here, we survived, we definitely had fun, so don't worry about it. So whatever you decide to do, this is something that will definitely benefit you and many, many other people, so I would highly, highly recommend it.
Great, thank you so much and very, very well done. Big one, congratulations.
Well done.
Well, Hilde, we've had a lot of votes counted, a lot of very happy finalists as well. So I'm going to hand the floor over to you to wrap up on behalf of the Office of Publications of the European Union. And you do this every year, and it's always so uplifting. So thank you to you, but I'll leave you to say goodbye and thank all of our members.
Thank you, Jennifer. Well, a few thoughts on my side. We all know data make the world go round. And as we heard one of the speakers say, we really need all data on deck and all hands on deck, that is all of you on deck, to use data in the best possible way to deal with all the challenges that are in front of us, and there are many, 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 many that we need to deal with. So your apps have shown the way in facing what is coming in our direction. You have put in a lot of ideas, a lot of work, a lot of enthusiasm, and I am sure, I'm very confident that what you have put together for this competition will be useful in the future for people in real life. So I want to say, we don't leave you now that this day is coming to its end. We want to make the journey together with you to see how, based on the work that you have done, we can set up a community, we can help you to move your ideas further and make sure that they really bear fruit in real life. With this, I think I'm going to congratulate all of you once again, to thank you, all of you once again. We will be closing the day soon, but I want to take the occasion also to Jennifer, of course, our partners, our sponsors, our speakers, and our fantastic Publications Office Datathon team. Thank you, guys. Thank you, girls. And of course, see you again next year.
That's it. Let's see you all again next year. Brilliant. And if you're watching at home, remember, keep sharing it, use the hashtag EUDatathon, watch out for the call to get joined in again next year and maybe compete yourself. But remember to share the stories of these winners who've done so very well. For those here in the room, we'd like all the winners to please come up on stage for a big family photograph.
Which?
Yeah. Let me just pop it in the corner here.